Here we are, man.
We are here. What's up, guys? Travis Moran here with my boy Byron Velvick.
Good to see you.
Good to see you. Good to see you. And we are FLW Live. Second stop on the FLW 2017 tour, Lake Travis. And you guys, we're going to be peeking in on all these anglers out on the water live, watching them as they really break down this water and try to figure out how to survive another day.
Yeah, and seeing a lake that's a little interesting. I mean, we are actually fishing out in Texas. And when you're in Texas, you're fishing a lake that's got a lot of pressure. This is Lake Travis. Outside of Austin, you know, it gets a lot of fishing. And it's a place that gets a lot of pressure. It's a little bit different deal. And we see the curveball of weather, too. We're watching weather be a difference. I mean, it blew yesterday. You know, day two was just a rough day for a lot of guys because the wind just howled out there.
Absolutely, absolutely. And but we do have the best guys. We've actually we've broke down this field. So we started with 165 anglers. We've only got 20 left. Yep. And tomorrow we're going to be actually going down to 10. So you know these top guys are trying to battle for those top positions going into that final day.
You know, they're really trying to make the cup. Actually, it's the Forest Wood Cup, and it's those 7 events. We add an extra event this year. We got an extra thing going on where there's another event. And so now you have that extra chance to make it to the finals by fishing well throughout the year. And if you have a bad tournament, look, you can start off here at Guntersville, which we've already put in our pocket. Now we're at Lake Travis, but we got 7 events this year to get you to the Forest Wood Cup. And, you know, a guy can actually have a bad tournament and play that law of averages now just a little bit better. And guys are really excited about having a 7th event this year.
Absolutely, absolutely. And then obviously we top all that off at Lake Murray, the Forest Wood Cup. And so that's what everybody is vying for right now is those nice positions to make that cup. Great prize to win that. And then, you know, one of the most prestigious, events in bass fishing.
Yep. And right now, you know, those guys are actually thinking, wow, this one was a game changer for a lot of guys. There's a lot of guys looking at this list that didn't make the cut at all. Some guys had horrible tournament. And what happened was you see a lot of guys that were when you look at the weights now, you're seeing a lot of guys that were doing real well the first day, having big weights. And as I look at the standings, I mean, I'm blown away at the amount of guys with 13, 14, 15-pound bags. And then the second day, they're coming in with 3 pounds, 4 pounds, 5 pounds. It really speaks, Travis, to how tough this lake was, especially day 2, when that wind started to howl. And I think a lot of guys might have been fishing shallow. They might have been bed fishing or looking for some shallow fish and just got blown out. You hear a lot of guys griping, man, that wind the second day just took me completely out of the game. And now they're wondering, hey, is this just going to be my throwaway this year?
Yep.
You know, this went from being my tournament the first day to being maybe my worst tournament of the whole season.
Yes, I think these first 2 tournaments really shook the whole competition. Guntersville, very tough. Then we're at Lake Travis, got tough again. It's really kind of just smacked these anglers around a little bit. This is going to be a tough season. But we get to watch it live here in the studio, and so does everybody at home.
Take a look. There it is. There's the lake named after my co-host, Travis. Lake Travis, Travis. Tell me about Lake Travis.
Best name in the best name I've seen of a lake so far here. So
because there is no Lake Byron, is what you're saying. Unless it's a sewage plant outside of Chicago, I think is what I said.
No fish in the sewage plant at Byron.
There it is, Lake Travis. You know, this is an interesting lake. It's a big lake. It's got a lot of boat docks. Like I said, a lot of pressure, a lot of boat ramps where they release a lot of fish. Ton of local tournaments go out of this lake. It's a different creature than a lot of these guys are used to fishing. And they haven't had a lot of tournaments here, big national events here. So what you're looking at is a lake that plays a little bit differently than a lot of guys are used to playing. It reminds me of the lakes out west a little bit. You know, where that one quality fish is so hard to find. And it's so important for that one quality bite. And your bites aren't as aggressive, bites are a little more subtle. And guys are saying, you know, 1 or 2 kickers is a whole different deal than Guntersville. I mean, Guntersville's stacked with a lot lot of big fish. Yep. This lake has big fish. They're very wary. They've been caught 10 or 15 times by the time they get to be 6, 7, 8 pounds.
Yes.
They know the baits by name. They know the difference between a Livingston crankbait and a Rapala, you know? So.
Yep. And it's been a while since we've been back here. There hasn't been a tour event since 2007 on Lake Travis. And obviously, in the meantime, we've gone through a huge drought. The water has been really low. We're going to really be talking about that throughout this live cast. But so now the water has come up. We have new fishing territory. And so now we're back thanks to the city of Jonestown and the Austin Sports Commission.
And I'm excited to see this. I mean, I'm actually excited to see how these guys tear this thing apart. And right now, for me, as an angler, I like seeing the guys that can pull off. It took 11 pounds each day to make the cut. So if you had 11 pounds 2 days, you know, with all these 24-pound bags and these 18-pound bags, if you look at it, 11 pounds a day right now puts you into today's fishing. And that's where, gosh, those guys that are vaulting are talking about that one random 6-pounder, that one random 4-pounder, 5-pounder. 2 of those, I mean, you might as well go pre-fishing because you've done what you needed to do for the day. You know, you've already gone out, you've caught your fish are in the well. You're like, hey man, I've got 13, 14, 15 pounds. I'm moving on to the next day. I'm fishing again the next day. So I'm gonna go just look around and sniff around Lake Travis and see what else it has to offer.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that's been a reoccurring theme that a lot of these guys do. They get that kicker and then they take off. But let's look at Thrift, the day 1 leader.
You know, interesting about this guy, he actually talked about catching not 1, but 2 6-pound plus fish, and they came completely different baits, completely different areas. He noted early on, you know, what was it, day 1, he had 24 pounds, 12 ounces, said, hey, 2 of my key fish were completely unexpected, but he was expecting more like the day he had yesterday, which was only 9 pounds, 6 ounces. He joked about it. He said, that's the kind of day I expected to have on Lake Travis, was a 9, 10, 11 pound day. 24 pounds, you just got struck by lightning, dude. You had a lightning strike of a big fish come down, and that's what these guys talk about is out of the blue, boom, I got the kicker, and again, I'm good. Now I'm good, and that's so typical of what we used to fish out west.
Yes, yes, but you got to keep yourself alive. It's important to catch those limit fish. You know, you can't just weigh in 1 fish, that kicker, and stay alive. You've got to have those 4 other fish, and then you've got to just keep waiting out for that big fish, which I think is going to be a key for the guys moving on tomorrow into that top 10 spot.
And they got to be 14 inches. These have to be 14-inch fish. If it's a Guadalupe, 12 inches. But right now, the 14-inch size limit, you know, guys are like, wow, catching a 14-inch bass on Travis, a lot of different variables now. Guys are out there fishing, and there's the day 2 leader right here.
This is Patek, yeah. He's really found some good fish, and this was from yesterday. This is some replays from when there was a co-angler. He had a net woman in the boat, and
interesting story with this guy. He is power pole down, casting out into deep water. He has a spot, a bare spot with brush around it. It's a migratory point. He has a migratory point. That's so key pre-spawn to have these places. Look at that fish right there. Beautiful fish. And you see, he's not on the trolling motor. He's not worried about boat position. He's not worried about the boat drifting around. He is locked down as if he's fishing off of a dock. And he's shallow enough to put those poles down, but he said he's casting out 15, 18 foot of water to a bare, rocky, high spot with brush around it, and he says the fish just keep coming. He went over it in practice. He said it lit up like a Christmas tree, made 1 cast, caught a 2-pounder, then went there in the tournament and just started wailing on him on a spot that is a textbook pre-spawn situation. All that area back there, fish are spawning. And here we go. Another look at it now with the sun out. And you got to wonder if this spot gets better as the sun gets out and those fish kind of suck down to that rock and that brush that he's really dragging that rig through. Slow rolling that camera, slow dragging it.
Here's a good, here's something he talked about. He actually hasn't fished this in the afternoon yet. Both mornings he caught his fish and left this area because he's really trying to manage these fish. He doesn't want to stick too many. He doesn't want to pull that school too far off. He wants it to keep reloading. And so as we go to day 3, day 4, he's really going to start really hammering down on these spots and see what actually, what potential it really has.
And I know he's excited because he found the spot in the afternoon. What's cool is he found that spot. So when he found it in the afternoon, it was loaded. So he has not been back to try it out. That's an exciting thing when you go out there and you find a spot, it's loaded, and you're like, man, I found it. It's a good afternoon spot, and you haven't been there yet in the afternoon because you've been managing it. And to your point, Travis, that's so important. In a lake like this, you need to manage your fish. You have to know when to hold them and when to fold them. And really, on a lake like this, you need to get off of it pretty quick. Once you got a good bag, leave it alone because you got 4 days here, and this isn't a sprint. This is a marathon.
Yep. And yeah, he was talking about actually yesterday that he caught his limit first thing in the morning, and then he left it. Instead of trying to cull up just ounces, he said, I would rather not stick those fish right now and hopefully have them for tomorrow. And then he went looking around. That's actually where he caught his 7-pounder. Yeah. So he caught the 7 on another area. So that might be something. He might have some new area to fish coming into today. So,
you know, and guys are surprised. When you talk about new area, you're talking about guys that are fishing offshore. This is interesting. Guys did not expect this to be happening. They were talking about how, you know, it's going to be warm. It was a mild winter. It's setting up to be a shallow bite. And a lot of guys the first day were fishing shallow. We talked to a lot of guys. They were saying, hey, this is going to be, you know, basically South Central Texas, you know, shallow, warm, be in the bushes. And when we look at that, we're seeing all the guys are fishing offshore. Most of the guys are fishing shallow, but still off the bank.
Yep.
Want to take a look at that leaderboard?
I do. Look at this. Hayes has moved in. He's made a move in the morning right now. I like seeing that. And interesting fact, Hayes is one of our rookies.
Man, he has caught him good this morning. Look at that. He's already got a 2.5, some 3. He's got a good sack of fish right off the bat this morning. And Mark Rose, no stranger there. We just got done following Mark Rose over at Gunnersville. Clark Winlet caught an 8-pounder.
Local boy.
Yeah, and this is his home lake right here.
And yeah, he got an 8-pounder today.
No.
Yes.
8-6 yesterday.
Yes.
And that's a bar of gold.
Yes.
That right there is a lot of guys' limits. You just caught another guy's whole limit in one fish. Talk about making it easy on yourself to walk into the top 10.
And he did catch that first thing in the morning too, and that's why he was able to really run around the lake yesterday and kind of try to figure things out and adjust. And so it looks like he's really making a strong start to today. So that definitely helped him out going into these cuts. Very nice. And as we look at this leaderboard, we're actually now going to go live on the water. And so we're going to start with Mark Rose, who's gotten into some fish first thing right when he got out there.
You know, I was watching him before the show started, and I don't know if we're going to get a chance to listen to him as much as he was talking, but it was neat to listen to him. He's fishing right in front of a launch ramp. You know, and I got to ask myself, is that a place where a lot of tournaments, again, this is Lake Travis, lots of pressure on Lake Travis, lots of people fishing there, lots of tournaments go out of there. Is this one of those classic release spots?
Recycled fish.
Recycle, retreads, recycle. There's no shame in that game of going out and fishing. And right now he's throwing a thing called a swim bait. I'm completely unfamiliar with this. I've heard about a thing called a swim bait, and people wondered if I was going to bring that up, and Mark Rose is making it easy on me.
Yes.
As he slow rolls a swim bait right now live out in front of, you see those buoys right there, and right now you're going to get a good shot. Another boat just launched. You got to ask yourself, is that one of the key marinas, key ramps where they launch boats? You can hear him talking a little bit.
And he's sitting deep. He was talking earlier that he's up to 110 feet out there and casting way up shallow on this ramp and bringing it down the ramp.
Yeah, the main channel runs right in front of this ramp. He's fishing a main channel, the main channel of the river system that they dammed up, because the dam is just off to his left. From the shot you guys see here, the dam is off to his left. He's firing out into that ramp area, and if those fish are released, they're going to come sit out here. And you know, this is just a classic Mark Rose deep fishing, and you know he loves it. What a difference in the weather! Look at that water; it is slick, flat, calm.
Yes.
Yesterday it was howling out there. They had.
Back here. I'm gonna go up through there.
Now here you go. There's that dam in the background, and this is a little earlier today, a replay from earlier today, and he's fishing that area. He's kind of making the same cast over and over and over again, Travis. It's as if he knows those fish are just going to come through there or be in that area, and he's looking to create some of those bites. And what a start! What a start to day 3 right here.
Talk about those golden nuggets.
Yeah, dude. These are bars of gold on Travis. Oh, come on. There you go. There you go. Net in the water. Gosh. Net's in the water again. Interesting technique there with a floating net underneath it. Love that. Get the bass and the net.
Nice.
That's a double whammy there. Float the net, catch the bass. Look at that. What a beautiful fish to start off the day. Sun's not even on the water yet. Throwing that swim bait out there right at the dam area of Lake Travis.
Nice. And he caught his winning fish at Gunnersville last cast of the day. And now this is a total difference. This is one of his first casts of the day. So he's feeling comfortable and fishing comfortable because he's already got 4 fish in the boat. So he's looking to, he only needs 1 more to complete his limit.
Yeah, best fish of the day was the first one off the bat, and then he followed up with 3 more. And right now he's sitting squarely in second place and throwing the right bait, probably in the right place to obviously catch another big fish, because he'll probably stay married to that swim bait most of the day, I imagine. Although we did see him do something different a little bit a while ago. We saw him actually break out a spinning rod. He missed a few bites, had a few short strikes. And again, this is the thing with Travis. Some of these lakes like this, you get so many short strikes, so many subtle bites, so many like nips and just thumps. You know, these are shy fish, and they're prone to just taking a swat at a bait. So he immediately followed up with a spinning rod and threw something light out there to try to connect that fish that was just dumping his bait.
Now it's supposed to be 80 degrees out there today. I mean, the weather just keeps heating up. He's fishing a very popular public ramp. Do you see that playing any key factors, getting a lot of boat traffic and stuff? Is he trying to make these casts basically to where they're launching?
You know, and that's a great question, Travis. When I'm fishing these kind of ramps, you don't get mad at people. You just let them idle through. I mean, these fish are used to living there. They're used to boats idling through. I welcome them. I tell guys, keep on coming. If they see you fishing there, you want to just tell them to idle through, because a lot of your bites are going to come after they idle through there. You're upsetting the bait fish. These are opportunistic fish. You're sitting in a boat ramp. I mean, if a guy starts his big motor, I wave him on through. I want him to drive right by me. And in that prop wash, you'll get these fish to fire off. I think the fish should be more wary. Why are the boats not idling over? You know, and so that can only get better, in my opinion, once all that boat traffic comes and guys are sliding boats in there and guys are milling around, and you know, I think you're disguising the sound of your trolling motor, you're disguising the sound of your electronics, and it could turn those fish on if he starts getting boat traffic. Hopefully he doesn't tell him, he tells them, start the big motor, run right by me, you know, hit it, you know, because I love that. I love firing those fish up around boat ramps.
Well, it started good. On I think my first cast, I caught one about 5.5 pounds. Then I got 2 more keeper largemouth, maybe 2-pounders. Then I got 1 little small spot or Guadalupe or what do they call these things. About to go fishing some new water. I do have 1 more little spot right here that we're gonna fish deep. That's the way I've been fishing this morning. I picked up a little swim bait with a Strike King Squadron head, 3/4 ounce, and hadn't even been throwing that. And I caught that big one. And then I caught another one on that, and then I caught the other 2 on a Strike King football jig. Seems like it just doesn't only get 1 or 2 off of a good area. And we've got 3 or 4 more areas to hit. And then I'm gonna kind of change with the conditions today and do some things where I feel like fish are moving too. With this hot, warm weather, I feel like some fish are going to be getting real shallow. So I'm going to do some of that later on in the day. I know my roommate Greg Bohannon, he caught a couple nice ones doing that yesterday. So I'm going to try that. And that should be what the fish are doing right now. You can see this high sky that we're gonna have. Hopefully this little bit of wind will still let the other deep areas that I have, it'll still let them pay off. I caught a 4-pounder right up here where I'm about to fish the first day, so hopefully I can get another keeper off of this spot. We're just gonna play it by feel the rest of the day. Fish my gut. That's what I've been doing all week. Hey, if y'all would swing real wide, I'm gonna fish a little area right here. When I get set up on it, just get on that side of me. Thank you. Got one more little sweet spot right up here. Did you say I'm live now? Yeah. Hey, honey. Hey, Natalie. Hey, Hannah Grace. Hannah Grace, I caught you a big fish you always ask for. Ask for another one. I'm seeing some fish. Come over here. Man, these fish have been deep right here. 49, 50 foot.
You know what? He's talking about fishing 49, 50 foot of water in this spot right here. And it's interesting. He mentioned, his roommate, Greg Bohannon. He's going to go shallow because he's got some insider information on that. When your roommate tells you, hey, I caught a couple good ones, didn't make the final cut. I'm not fishing against you today on day 3. Didn't make that first cut, but I had 13. He had almost 14 pounds yesterday. Bohannon did. He came off of 6 pounds the first day, had almost 14 pounds the second day. So, of course, he's going to say, hey, for what it's worth, buddy.
This is really just a flat point.
I love this part.
But I found some real hard spots on it.
Right there, live stuff as he's breaking down what he's sitting on and exactly what he's trying to drag that jig through. Now he's alternating a lot from a swim bait to a jig. When he gets a short strike, you'll see him pick up that spinning rod. He's trying several different baits and just working a key area. But like you said earlier, Travis, I'm catching a few fish.
Real deep right there.
Moving on. I can't get any more fish out of this place, I'll go some more spots. And alluding to the 80-degree day they're going to have today, he's going to go shallow as well, possibly, probably.
This has been another slow fishing tournament. You know, these guys, I mean, he's just counting rocks right now. You can see his rod as it comes over some of those bigger chunk rocks down there. And all our leaderboard, fishing very slow. Thrift, it's, the second tournament in a row, he's not running around running a gunner. He's fishing real slow.
You know, Thrift actually said, he goes, if I don't find anything to run and gun, if I don't get on something to look for, then he has no choice but to sit and do what he's done, both at Gunnersville and now, again, just milk an area. You know, and that's not Brian Thrift's style. He's known as being a real turn and burn kind of guy. But here we are, watching the Gunnersville champion.
That fish right there is in 59 foot of water.
59 foot of water. I mean, that's unusual when you're talking about late February, warm Texas. You know, he's looking at a whole different type of fish than most of the guys would have ever thought. And Clark Wendlandt mentioned this. He said, I didn't even practice deep. I didn't even look deep. With the mild winter, Clark Wendlandt was saying, I committed to this shallow, expecting the fish to be coming to it. And then surprised yesterday, you know, he said after the first day, he made a quick alteration and caught that 8.6. Again, offshore. We're going to see a lot of offshore today at Lake Travis, which is a big surprise.
Should be right about where he's at right now.
As the day heats up, we'll see these anglers trying to keep these fish honest too. They'll move, make some shallow casts every once in a while, flip some brush and everything to see if these fish have moved up. But for the most part, all our top 5 guys fishing that offshore, fishing out.
And no one better than Mark Rose. I mean, one of those king of the deeps guys. You know, he's known as one of those guys that'll graph around all practice. You know, famously, I joke about, you know, he's going to bust a puck. You know, a transducer puck. You graph so hard, you actually bust a puck out there, dude, because you're just graphing and graphing and graphing. Other guys are fishing, and you're just burning up your transducers. Oh, there it is. Oh, gosh. Thought he had a key fish there, didn't you?
Came off that rock just wrong. I thought that was a fish.
Seems like it slid down the side of a rock.
It's always exciting to see a hook set.
Yes.
You know, hook set's kind of like one of those, like, ooh, right there. Thank you for some live hook set action.
Now, Mark is unofficially sitting in second place right now. But one of the guys to note is Dylan Hayes. He's our unofficial leader right now, sitting in first place. He is a rookie on tour and actually finished 137th on Gunnersville. So you're a rookie. You come out, you're ready to set the world on fire. Gunnersville, you have a poor finish. You know, it's tough. He's got to be feeling fantastic that he readjusted, is now leading day 3.
One of those guys that was real happy there's 7 events this year.
Yes.
Take Gunnersville and throw that out the window and say, I'm back.
Yes, yes.
You see there, fishing live well 4, one of those being a bar of gold on Lake Travis. You know, estimated unofficially a 5-pounder right now, first fish of the day. That's a big way to start off the day on Travis when kickers are so premier, just a premier deal to get anything over 3 pounds. We hear Clark Wendlandt talking about it, catching an 8.6 yesterday and a 3-pounder this morning. You know, all the guys are mentioning how that one quality fish just blows out that 11, 12-pound bag into a 13, 14, possibly 15-pound bag and allows them to go pre-fishing for the next day. You're in the top 10 right now. You manage a 13, 14-pound bag today. Get off of everything and go practice.
It's slick right now, and I won't get a bite till I hit that certain little.
That is one focused Mark Rose fishing deep right there. That's textbook deep fishing, just dragging that jig, like you said, Travis. County rock.
He's coming over one rock and then lets it fall down the other side.
You know, the neat part about watching these guys in the top 10 is everything about them is on point. You know, I mean, you're watching this angler right now live, and you
I didn't
feel
hit it at all on that cast.
every cast. Those shoulders are, everything's cocked and ready to go. You know what I mean? It's like a gun that's just ready to fire. These guys are expecting a bite on every single cast. The demeanor of these guys, early on, day 3, you know, they're squarely in the top 5, and they're fishing for that shot at winning this thing and having a great day tomorrow as well with key areas that have a lot of fish. And the guys have really slowed down. Everybody's just milking areas. It's not a run and gun tournament.
Mark's really breaking down that small little spot he's trying to target on every single cast. I mean, he's trying to make the identical cast.
Shallow later on today.
See that? Referencing that shallow bite that Greg Bohanna and his roommate had told him about. This afternoon could be a really interesting day when it gets that warm and those fish get up there. You know, in looking at the first day, you had weather similar to this, where you had, slick, calm. You saw a lot of guys up in the shallows, looking for bedfish, looking for signs of bedfish, looking for some spawning activity. A lot of guys were milling around just, there's clear water, obviously, springtime coming real soon, warmer nights, no wind today. It's hard not to go shallow at around 12, 1 o'clock. It really is. It's hard. How do you not go shallow on a traditional late February, mid-February, clear water reservoir like this, where the water temperature is going to heat up and those fish are going to get up there?
Yep. Those bass are just like us, Byron. We need that sun. We got that winter fever. They're down deep. They're real white and pale. And that sun comes up long enough, they go up and they try to get a little color to them and start getting a little more active, getting ready for that spawn.
Mark Rose, he's going to be there for a while. You can tell he's not going anywhere for a little bit. After catching a 5, 3 other fish to go with it, he's committed to this area right around this ramp. And right now we're going to go check out the person I really wanted to see, Jeremy Lawyer. And the reason I wanted to see this guy is what I read about him. He was so cagey after yesterday.
Yes.
He said, well, Lake of the Ozarks, I do a little something this time of year, but I'm not going to say what it is, because it's easy to duplicate. And so I was scratching my head coming into the studio this morning, wanting to know what it is Jeremy Lawyer does, where he said this lake is setting up to be a lot like Lake of the Ozarks. Let's check out Jeremy Lawyer. I think it's obvious what he's been doing, because he's been doing it since the minute he put his trolling motor down. What do you know? A surprise. Boat docks. What is Lake of the Ozarks full of?
Boat docks. Yes.
And he did not say a word about them in anything. He just talked about a little pre-spawn thing he likes to do at Lake of the Ozarks before the fish got on beds.
And he's been doing this all morning. I mean, he's just, like you've talked about the focus of these anglers, he's picking apart these docks really slowly, moving through each one, working them hard, and it's obviously paid off for him up until now.
You don't know if you believe everything you read, and that's always the problem here, is what these guys say and what they read. But he mentioned that the first day he had 12-4, and he said, I literally I took my boat the next day and went fishing all new water. Like at 12 pounds, he said he went running a fish water he had never seen before, all new water. This is at least what was in the media. You get a chance to talk to him, but he said that he had moved completely, caught 19.7 yesterday, coming off of 12 pounds the first day. And that's when he got real interesting. He got really secretive about exactly what he'd be doing. But you can see now he's taking that jig and he's fishing it all around the docks. And you would think that would be a key thing once that sun got up. Really, that should shine when the sun got up.
Okay, Jeremy, can I get you to talk about what you're doing this morning?
Yeah, I'm just inside a marina here. There's just a big spawning flat here behind us with a bunch of pockets, and they I guess they're just staging out here, kind of waiting to move up there. There's probably just some local fish too, but there's just something I tried yesterday. We do this at Table Rock Lake a lot, and catch them out here in 30 to 50 foot of water. So I come in here yesterday morning and just try and kill a couple of hours, just let the sun get up, and just kind of started in here, and it was just the right idea, I guess, because they were waiting on me. They're not really waiting on me this morning. I got 3, but they're not near as big. We need to get a full-grown one put in there, but we got a lot of day left. It's going to be sunny and slick, so it should be good the rest of the day, maybe.
Jeremy Lawyer just taking that jig and swimming it through there, and kind of replicating one of those smaller bait fish suspended under those docks, over 50, 60 foot of water, 40 foot of water. You can see them making accurate little casting. Boy, these guys that fish these boat docks all the time, they are just machines at putting that bait under and around and behind the ropes and the struts. And anybody that's ever fished a dock knows how hard it is to really get that bait not only back in those back corners, but then not catch all the bars that are underneath. You got your hydro hoists in there. You got your suspension bars underneath those docks. It's a difficult way to fish. Your accuracy has to be dead on. Right now, he is quiet. A lot of concentration going on there, Travis.
I feel like I'm sitting next to him on the boat right now. I'm like breathing on his shoulder right now. It's,
You literally are.
I'm loving this live action here.
9:07 in the morning, and Lawyer is committed to these docks. And really just, he talked about a spawning area all around, and that's what these marinas are. Normally they're in that deeper water right near, the points or the entrances to these big bays and these backs of flats, and these fish migrate through, and they're on the move right now. And you're going to hear a lot of that today. You're going to hear a lot of guys talking about migrating fish and fish coming through and staging, migrating, staging. Everybody's got their mindset on these fish really making that big push.
Do what now?
Oh, he's talking a little bit. Into their spawning pockets.
Should have went live 10 minutes ago. They watched me catch that one. The way it always is.
The fish were biting yesterday. Story of my life.
You're a different angler when you're off camera and on camera. And when they say live, things get a little bit more tense because now you realize mom and dad,
Yes.
aunt, uncle, everybody at FLWOutdoors.com is checking you out.
Jeremy, the world is watching. Do something.
No bathroom break. He just referenced going back and wishing we had been there 10 minutes ago. Well, we're about to go back 10 minutes. The beauty of sitting here in studio is we can actually go back 10 minutes, just like Jeremy asked us to, and take a look at that fish that he caught under the dock.
Gonna get his wish.
We'll be right back with you, Jeremy.
He's got 3 fish right now. Nothing big. There we go. There's one. Look, he's got to make sure it doesn't get tangled up. He's coming over all kinds of bars.
14 inches of what they have to do. 14-inch size limit on the largemouth, 12 inches on the Guadalupe.
Count it.
He's throwing gangster 3 signs. Did you see that? He just flashed us the gangster 3 right there. Back to live.
It's decision time. This is day 3.
I start the big motor up, but I don't want to make any waves or noise or rock anything. It's so quiet today.
And again, a different day. I'm sure when he was in there yesterday, he had a pretty good solid wind blowing through there. And you got to ask yourself, how many of these guys, the areas these guys
Boy
are
still
fishing,
awake?
were wind related? You know what I mean? Travis, where the wind was such a key factor. Wind blowing in on those docks creates a whole different environment under those docks when you're pitching the bait around there.
Just around another one. Yeah, just around 2 of them.
Jeremy doing something interesting. I mean, he is literally trolling motoring his way through the docks. Not even starting the big motor, you know, and that's a marina where it's just full of boats.
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
a million guys will drop their boats today, and you know, and hoist will be dropping, and boats will be going, but he doesn't right now. He doesn't want to disturb anything, so he's literally trolling motoring all the way to his next target without even starting the big motor and running, or not running. Obviously, it's an idle, but idling over and fishing his next set of docks.
Yeah, making quite the run. And, you know, Rose has a little bit more breeze on his spot. I mean, this is just dead calm protected in here, and so he's definitely trying to use a stealth approach on this.
You know, I've been in this situation so many times. You got to ask yourself right now, at what point with these conditions do I not put the boat on the bank and start looking to see what I can see? Because yesterday you couldn't see anything with the wind that they had on day 2. Now it's day 3. So difficult to sit there and say, it's time for me to go looking down the bank.
All right, guys, we are going to be taking a quick commercial break. We will be right back, but before we go, Byron, my phones are blowing up. I'm getting all these text messages of people watching live. I got a good friend, Victoria and Dwayne Dunstone. They're watching 6:30 a.m. on the West Coast right now. People are watching live. This is a fun look at on the water what these guys are doing. If you guys are watching this at home, sitting on the couch, laying in bed, send us pictures. Hashtag FLW Live. Throw it on Instagram, throw it on Facebook, and we're gonna look through those and see what everyone else's setup is. Maybe watching in the man cave and everything.
Gotta see how they're watching the show. Want to see how it's going down with everybody. But what exciting times to see this live out here on the lake.
And we will be right back in a few.
Today, I will work harder than I did yesterday. I will contribute to this country and its greatness. I will remember that work isn't everything, but whatever work I do, I will give everything.
Here's to the dream you set long ago. You never stopped working hard to get there, and that's why we won't either.
Launching a Ranger aluminum boat that's cut full of holes may sound a little crazy, but with so much closed-cell foam inside, it's easy to see the added safety and stability. It's a huge confidence booster, especially with so much quality inside, along with Evernew E-Tech's unrivaled performance and 300 hours with no dealer scheduled maintenance. Ranger aluminum is built to excel and priced to be yours.
Power your Ranger with Evernew E-Tech.
What is this meeting about again?
Fishing. Took my boat, boom, jumped over it, and I caught a giant. It was like a whale. 29 pounds, baby! That's the last time I danced on stage. Wow. Chief Fishing Officer. How do I get that job? I don't know.
Go to teamgtfishing.com to find out more about my real job.
The most versatile fishing machine on Earth. Unparalleled resolution and clarity, with more agility, lightning speed, and brute strength. HDS Carbon takes rapid response performance and screen technology to an all-new level. Maximized power, maximized visibility. See Structure Scan 3D, new dual chirp sonar, new live network sonar, and more mapping options, all at the same time and faster than ever before. Arm yourself.
There are easier ways to become a better angler. Join FLW today and take your fishing to the next level. Get the magazine, get on the water. Visit flwfishing.com/membership to find out more.
Good morning, everybody. We are back with more live action from Lake Travis on the second stop of the FLW Tour. It's a fun morning. It's been
an interesting morning. There have been some key fish caught early, and these guys talked about it yesterday, man. It's such a hard situation just to get one or two big bites, and some of those guys had that immediate sigh of relief by catching a good fish right off the bat.
Yep. And so we've got some movement on the leaderboard today. You know, obviously we trimmed down to 20 anglers, and but we've got Dylan Hayes is actually leading the tournament right now unofficially. One of the things that we had talked about before was that golden nugget. You need that big fish. Well, Dylan has had really consistent bags throughout the tournament, 13, I think, and 12 pounds, and now today has about that. So he's really he's put himself in the position that big kicker could really move him to the front going into day 4. So obviously that's what he's looking for right now. We've got Mark Rose unofficially in second place, Winlet in third, Patek in fourth. Patek, he had an amazing spot that he said was just absolutely lit up in pre-fish, and was able to catch him there day 1, 2. Didn't stick around and really overfish that area, but this morning he went to that spot and is now moving. He wasn't able to really get any good fish going off that, so he's fallen down a little bit on the leaderboard. And then we've got Patek live right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I was so happy for him winning the Forest Wood Cup.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Notice his boat's not moving, Travis. He has his power poles down. He is casting to the same place over and over again. This is truly a staging spot. He talks about it's a migratory point. They come around there. They're going back in both of those pockets you see behind him to spawn. And they come around this point, and he's pointing out, he's on point right there. He's going through the brush. He said there's a bare spot with rock on top of it, surrounded by brush, and the fish set up on top of the rock.
Well, I'm just fishing. There's an island here. There's a long point that comes out. Found this in practice. Caught a couple good ones off of it. Just came from my starting spot a little while ago and caught some fish. Only one would keep though. The same type of deal. It's a secondary point leading into a cove. May hit that a little later.
Now he had 20 pounds, 5 ounces the first day. Came back yesterday, caught 14-1, even with all that wind blowing. Pretty much committed to just a few areas that he has here, just like this.
And talk about those staging areas. It's like the bus stop. You know, these fish have to go shallow, and they have to stop in an area as they move shallow, and that's what he's really trying to find. Sit up on that water, sit up on those spots, and make that cast over and over. You hear that giant bumblebee in the background?
I thought it was an oversized Texas mosquito. Everything's bigger and better in Texas, and that sounds like a big Texas mosquito, but it's not. It's actually the drone.
Yes. Got to get some nice drone footage from our killer cameraman, Jeff McMichaels, for the show. Now, if he wasn't nervous on live coverage, now we put a second camera. Now we're covering him from all angles here. So now he's really
drones flying over, and you got it. These guys have to be dying. When do you start saying, "Boy, I wish there was a little breeze on the water"? Look how flat it is. I mean, this is a sight fisherman's dream. On a clear lake, it's like, oh gosh, I should be going shallow and looking around because it probably looks like an aquarium up there. Those fish, if those fish kick their tails and get up shallow, you're going to get your mind blown with what you're going to see. He's only got one fish in the live well right now. He had 14 yesterday. And tell you what, He's got to hope those afternoon spots are going to be good. You know, he talked about finding those fish in the afternoon originally.
Yep.
Will a breeze blow today? Because it blew good yesterday. Will it blow again today, or will it just be one of those deals where, like Mark Rose said, I'm going to be doing this for a while, but then I'm going to go shallow, knowing that those fish still want to go. But we've seen so many guys fishing offshore.
He went down on point right there.
Yeah. Little fish.
Let's get a look at what he's throwing. Looks like he's got some kind of little crawbait.
There's rock and there's trees around. That one was, he was in a tree, so it was kind of.
A little speed craw there. And no
It hasn't been
surprise.
easy to get them out of those trees. I've been switching between this and a jig, and most of the time I've been able to get them out with this.
Throwing a Carolina rig in Texas. I'm so surprised. And that's been, you've seen a lot of Carolina rigs, a lot of jigs.
Yeah. That one felt like it might have been small, though.
You know, you see a lot of these guys fishing the bottom, and again, it's similar to what we saw at Gunnersville, where it's early spring. You know, it's pre-spawn. Fish are keyed up on crawdads again, or crustaceans. It goes back to what we were talking about, and what we were seeing at Gunnersville. Those prevalent patterns are the crayfish patterns. You know, you see every guy throwing a jig, incorporating a jig or a Carolina rig, dragging something around, talking about rock mixed with brush. It's in the bass's DNA, if you will. The crawfish are synonymous with great protein and a lot of nutrients that other bait fish don't have. You know, your other bait fish don't have the iron and the magnesium and the calcium that a crawfish has. So bass are hardwired into really feeding heavily, especially the females in early spring, because they want their eggs, their roe, to be a healthy spawn and a healthy roe. And so the nutrients found in crawfish are key, and that's why you hear so much and see so much of these guys talking about really fishing on the bottom, looking for rock, being around rock. Big females, they got their noses down, and they're looking. They're looking to fortify their eggs. They're looking to really build themselves a great set of roe before they go onto the bed and actually lay their eggs. We saw that at Gunnersville. It was a key bait, and again, things that look crunchy around rocks, little langostinos, little baby lobster-looking things with claws.
Gourmet meal. And it's served on a platter, because that's what they're looking for right now is those, we got a drone shot there.
Now, if bass would be 30 pounds, they'd be jumping out of the water eating that as if it was a dragonfly. That looks like a good tasting dragonfly right there. Look at that. 30-pound bass would take a shot at that thing as a dragon. It's just an oversized dragonfly. Drones would not be safe.
Podtech definitely having a little slower morning, some smaller fish and stuff. You got to think, though, that his spots are really going to turn on later in the day. With this warm weather, I'm sure it's just going to get hotter. But now we're jumping over to
Clark Wendlandt.
Yes, and he is having a decent morning so far. 2 4-pounders in the boat.
coming off of an 8 pound 6 ounce bass yesterday. I mean, the biggest fish of the day, and what a kicker yesterday, giving Clark a 17 pound bag with that 8.6. And he's the local boy. He lives in College Station, not far away. This is really the home field advantage for him. He's fished this lake multiple times, has a lot of memories. And here he is from earlier today, right here, just earlier today. And I mean, you know, this is a good way to start the lake. And he's doing something different now. He's fishing offshore. He said the first day he committed to shallow, but here he is hooked up. Oh, man, right off the bat.
Yep, another early morning fish here.
And it's a good one, too. He's obviously
Little guys,
excited.
but one thing that happens
Little guy.
in this lake is little ones and big ones, they live together. Or at least that's what it seems to me.
We didn't get to see that full fish. He says little guy. That ended up being a 4. We got that as a 4-pounder unofficially right now. So he's sitting nice. I think that adjustment that you talked about that he made, he predicted they were going to be shallow. Whew. He's in him. He's in him. So he's a guy that's going to slowly dial it in, because he started shallow, realized they're deep, has made the adjustment, and through just sheer experience on this water, he's really going to be able to reconnect with these fish.
All right. You know, we're catching them on this big flat. There's a little creek channel that runs there, and there's a lot of brush, and I really can't understand why there's so many fish. Here. There we go. Lost that one. But, you know, everything in this lake right now tells you they should be going shallow. They should be shallow. There ought to be tons of big ones shallow. But I don't know if it's because the bait's out here, water temperature 60 degrees, you'd think they'd be shallow. But there's a lot more fish being caught deep. All the big ones I've caught have been deep. This spot right here is 15 to 20 feet is what we're fishing. There's a pack up there. I mean, a pack. I threw a Strike King spinnerbait through there just a second ago, and I mean, I got like 6 bites on it. I don't know if they were big or little, but they weren't getting it. You know, the conditions right now is totally calm. Everything here is just so calm, and you know, usually a moving bait won't work quite as good. So I was hoping for a big one on that, but it didn't work. And so now I've gone to a jig and take my time, just fish this whole area. And I've got 2 good ones. I started out this morning and I actually caught them on a Carolina rig, and you know, it was out on this big flat and 20 feet, and I caught a big one out there yesterday, and I caught 2 nice ones today. You know, they're 3 pounds plus, but they're the kind of fish you need. And, you know, you need at least a few of those in a day for sure.
Clark's catching the right fish. He really is. He obviously an 8 yesterday is like lightning striking. It's an amazing gift on Lake Travis, and any lake really, but especially like where it's so tight. You know, 14-inch fish are so hard to get. But now with 2 4s, a couple more fish, and he probably will talk about what he talked about yesterday was fish management.
Mm-hmm.
Time to start moving around and get off of anything you really like, and save that for day 4, for final day. You know, he goes into the event in 4th place with that best fish of the tournament so far. Catches 2 4s this morning. So at that point, you say catch 3 more, and let's go look around.
Yes, yes, and he's obviously a local angler, so he's got a lot of options. So if he figures out what these fish are doing, patterns them, he's a guy that can really exploit that and just run away with a huge bag.
Ooh, he's just swinging.
A lot of times those fish, they'll bite this thing, and they'll just, I mean, I feel them just pop it. And, you know, anywhere else I've just about ever fished, one pops it like that, he's got it. And gosh, these fish they just hit it and pop it, and sometimes they might be little, but sometimes I don't think they're little. It's just, I don't know if they're crushing it to kill it. I don't have any idea, to be honest with you, but it drives me crazy.
It's got me on the edge of my seat right now because he has swung about 4 times. It's any second it's about to happen here.
And again, it's so reminiscent of the lakes that I grew up fishing out there in the Colorado River, in those lakes where they hammer the bait and they're not there, and they thumping the bait, they get a lot of pressure. It's a reactionary situation that they hit the bait and then they're just not there at all. It's like you swing and a miss, and you're like, what is up with that? And certain lakes, you should stay connected. If they were hitting that hard, you think they're hitting it to eat it, not just to swat at it and be gone. And he's talking about those. And do you cut the bait down? Do you go to a smaller bait? Do you pick up a spinning rod? What do you do? Because you're getting these bam, bam, bams. There's a concentration of fish down there. There's fish that are willing to take a shot.
I don't know if you can see that. That was a big giant gar. I mean, like that big. And one thing that's happened in this lake, this lake's it was 55 feet low for several, 4 or 5 years, and brush, bushes, things grow fast in Texas, and so all this cover grew up. This whole lake, you can get out 50 feet, you can see trees everywhere out there. Bait out there over those trees. There's fish. So really, the whole lake's good right now. It's not like you got to be in one part of it. It actually. I mean, this isn't a gigantic venue for us, and the fish, it actually fished pretty big.
You got that one.
There's a connection. And we're going to see what kind of size these fish were that have been.
Can it be the 14-inch size limit with those 2 4s already in the well? Can that,
Little guys.
Maybe a solid explanation as to why he's getting those bites.
Not the right size, though.
Another key thing, Travis, is when you get to a point on a day like today.
Just to give you some idea, anybody doing good in this tournament is catching 30 of those a day like that. It's just, there's just tons of fish in this lake right now. And every friend I've got fishing FLW, they've all told me, said, man, this lake, the sky's the limit for this lake. And it's true. It's just going to get better and better. There's just so many little fish.
I got a report that one of those fish that we're reporting is 4 pounds is more like a 6-pounder. So.
Oh man.
Yeah. I'm going to throw that out there. That got word from a little bird that we're reporting that he's got 2 4s, but one of them, the classic sandbag.
Yes.
That's another 4. Just put it in his 4.
He's been a little modest.
Yeah, he might have bird dogged that one into a lot of the guys are like, just call that a 4 just to keep the pressure off for me. But I don't want to say that I got 2 for 10 already with a 4 and a 6. But
wow.
Again, a lot of these weights are unofficial. We're reporting all these things. These guys are telling them what the fish weigh, and then we're at the mercy of how they want to call it. And nobody wants to come into the dock and have less than they call. Oh, that's 15 pounds. You come in and weigh 12, and then you're the scourge of your buddies at dinner that night.
Don't be that guy.
Yeah, let's take a look at it, Travis.
I would love to see this.
Having a camera.
This 4-pounder here.
Let's the audience. They're watching live.
Here we go. Now we got him.
Let's just say that we're out here. It's the morning, day 3 right now. This is looking back at the start of the day for him.
That's obviously a good fish. He knows it's a good fish.
We're going to let all of us decide, is this a 4 or is this a 6 or is this a 5? But where do you put this fish at? Ooh.
Oh, wow. Look at that smile. He knows that this was a much needed fish in the morning.
Ooh, look at the chunk on it. All right, call the weight, Travis. What do you say? I'm going to say 5.2.
5'2". I'm always a
say
gracious guesser. I'm gonna give him 6 pounds on that.
Nah, that would make his fist right there about 3 pounds. He doesn't have a 3 or 4 pound fist. See the fist and see his fingers? He doesn't have 1 pound fingers. I'm gonna go 5'2". What do you think?
Look at the beer gut on that girl, man. She's packing more than she's showing.
Yeah. I don't know.
Now we've only got, unofficially, we got 2 of our 20 anglers with limits so far. So it's.
Well, let's talk about limits real quick. 164 anglers are fishing this tournament. The first day there were 85 limits. It fell off a lot. 62 limits on day 2. 85 limits for 164 anglers the first day. That's about half the field. 62 guys came in limits. That wind was a major factor yesterday.
Okay, let's go to let's talk about strategy here. We're going to go to General Tire's roadmap to victory.
If you're talking about what it's going to take to win this thing, well, right now the pattern that we've seen so far is the offshore, the deep bite. The guys surprisingly have not been fishing the way most guys expected Lake Travis to set up. Early on, they were saying it was a mild winter. Warm weather was forecasted, and it is forecasted. It's going to be 80 degrees today, and yet the guys are fishing offshore, which is really a surprise to even the anglers that are in the top 20. Like I say, I'm really surprised those fish are still out here. Fishing slow. Everybody's fishing slow. The bites are light. The bites are subtle. It's typical of these high-pressure lakes, The fish just get pounded. A lot of guys live in this area, the Austin, San Antonio, whole South Texas area. They fish Travis a lot. A lot of tournaments are held there. So these fish are city fish. They're more prone to getting a lot of boats on it, and they're just going to be a little bit slower to bite and knock the bait. Just like we heard Clark Wintley just talking. They hit the bait and they drop it, and then that kicker, the all-important kicker. It's like lightning striking. You got to get the kicker, and can you get more than one? Can you manage to get a couple big bites in a day? In a lake like this, where everybody's catching 14, 15-inch fish, a kicker is literally a half to 3/4 the weight, maybe a full weight, if you caught an 8-pounder, of some guys' limits. So the kicker is key, and that leads you into the next thing, which is fish management. So now you got a couple kickers. Now you're able to catch a 3, a 4, maybe a couple of them, maybe a 6 or 7. Do you move on? At that point, you say, I'm putting it all down. Fish management is my key. I got to make it to day 4. I need to go pre-fishing. So I put all the stuff that I know in my back pocket, and I say, that's all saved for day 4. Let's go try to find something out. And key thing here with fish management for today, on a day like today, it's clear, it's sunny, it's calm. Why not put everything that you got in your pocket for day 4 and go look for a big bedfish?
Yep.
Now it's a good day from about 1 o'clock till weigh-in to go find a key fish to start on tomorrow.
Absolutely.
You start driving around the lake now. It's calm as can be. It's clear. It's flat. It's sunny. You can actually find a big bedfish late in the day today and say, there's my starting fish for tomorrow. I got all kinds of offshore stuff to fish. I got deep fish. I got everything else. But now I found an early spawn fish because the weather today is going to allow you to have that opportunity.
And that's what's going to be really fun is that, we could see some movement. Today's going to break down almost 2 different days possibly. You're going to have these limit fish. They're going to be the early morning fish. And then these guys are going to move shallow, and it could just be a hammer fest. We'll see with this warm weather. But let's take a look at the unofficial leaderboard now. We've still got Dylan. My boy Dylan, the young gun, he is still leading the pack.
The most dangerous guy, I want to point out, because when you catch 14 pounds the first day, 13 pounds the second day, and you're sitting on solid limit again today, 2s and 3s unofficially. Right now he's sitting on another big sack. This guy, consistently 13, 14, 15 pounds?
Yes.
That's tough, dude. That scares anybody in this field.
And it's only a matter of time before he connects with that big fish. He puts himself every day in the perfect spot with that limit, the nice bag of fish, and one of these times, he's going to connect, and it's going to be a big one, and it might be over for everybody.
This is scary. Dylan Hayes is scary because the average is there. That is a very high average for Lake Travis, day 3.
Yep. And then obviously Gunnersville champion here, Mark Rose in second. Guy's on it. He's got a hot start to the season right now. He's running out way ahead of the pack here.
Clark Winlet. Now check this out. Clark Winlet is we just got off of him, caught that 8.6 yesterday. That vaulted him into this. But now he followed up today with those 2 key fish. So it wasn't the fluke lightning that I talked about. He's come right back, and he talked about this in practice. I should have fished more offshore. I didn't even think that these fish would be as far off the bank as they were.
You know, some other names as we move down, and this is important, the 11th through 20th. You know, everyone's trying to win this tournament, but when you're 11th through 20th, we're getting rid of all those guys come tomorrow. First thing in the morning tomorrow, it's only the top 10. So every one of those guys, while they're trying to move all the way up into the lead, they're also trying to scoot into that 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th spot so they can stay alive, fish tomorrow, and fish another day.
And looking at the standings, a lot of these guys have had the 10, 11-pound days, the 13, 11-pound days, the 14, 10-pound days. You know, they've kept an average running. They're averaging that 11 to 13 pounds, 14 to 11. You see all those, when I look at the weights around what brought them here, they are, just like you said, Travis, that one kicker away, because they're doing better with picking up those averages, but they still could do a Clark Wendlandt. Have a Clark Wendlandt 8 or somebody's 6 or 7. You know, that is going to push them into the top 10. So there are several guys that aren't flip-flopping so radically. One of the ones that really is going flip-flopping very well, actually, is Clark Ream. First day, 6 pounds, 13 ounces. Second day, 21 pounds. And look today, right now, he's got a limit. Clark Ream has a limit again today. He is now in 4th place.
Yeah, so he has really run up the leaderboard. That's been impressive.
Oh, look who we're going to now.
And now we've got Thrift, another guy, you know, 20-plus pound sack day 1, and then came back with 9 pounds day 2. So we're going to really see what day 3 is. Is it going to be another huge limit, or is it going to be a slower day for him?
Now, Brian is looking. Brian is shallow. He's got his eyes peeled. He's casting around, and he is the first guy that we've seen that's actually this close to a bank.
Yep.
We have not seen this from anybody that we've gone to live. And he's casting out, but man, if you can use your eyes and your rod at the same time, that's double trouble.
Yep.
Even if you have to cast out, at least have your eyes in the water in case you can see something swim by while you're casting out. 24 pounds the first day. Talked about catching 2 6-pounders that were bars of gold. 2 over 6.
Well, I came way up the river to an area where we caught 5 or 6 keepers yesterday, and I've caught a few shorts until I got here, and just immediately as soon as I pulled in, I caught, you know, 10 or 12 just little old bitty baby fish, and then I have finally managed to catch 3 keepers in here. I mean, fairly quickly, I guess you'd say, but they're all little bitty guys, but you know, I'm glad to have 3 keepers at the moment. I think that first day when I had 24 pounds, that was pretty much just a gift. I assure you, I didn't know that was going to happen. So that's the good thing about Lake Travis. I mean, yes, there's a lot of little fish in here, but there are some giants in here. I mean, there's been a lot of 6 and 7-pounders caught this week. And Clark caught a 8-something yesterday. So you can make up ground quickly in here. So I'm hoping I can stumble into 1 or 2 of those giants today. I mean, yeah, I've got 3 that probably weigh 4 pounds, but you know, if I catch 2 6-pounders to go with it, you got a good bag.
You know, Brian Thrift here is fishing what he calls the land of the weenies. The land of the weenies. Lots of small fish. And Clark Wendlandt referenced this earlier. You know, you're going to catch 30 small fish there. This lake is going to be amazing in the years to come with the amount of fish that are in it. But you're looking to pattern these fish, and at the same time, you got to catch those kickers in and amongst all these little ones.
Yep.
You know, are the little ones getting in the way? Are the little one, is the big one getting ready to bite and the little one comes up and grabs it? You know, you catch little one after little one after little one, and you're trying to get that big fish to commit in the middle of all these. Guys are catching a ton of fish under 14 inches. And all reports is that a lot of people have, but even looking at the limits falling off from day 1 to day 2, you know, and not even half the field catching a 14-inch limit.
Yeah.
Just shows you that.
And the flip-flopping of weights, which we keep talking about, like Thrift right now, 24 pounds the first day. 9 pounds day 2. We see so many of these, and all these anglers have got to be thinking, what kind of day is it today? Is it going to be that one where I catch a couple toads, or am I going to just have to scratch out and try to get a limit and survive till day 4? But when you look at the limits from day 1 and 2, Patek, 20 pounds day 1, 14 day 2. Thrift, 24 pounds, 9 pounds. Lawyer he went the other way, 12 pounds day 1, 19 pounds day 2. Same thing with Windlet, 12 and then 17. And then lastly, even Rose started with only 11 pounds, backed it up with 17 the day 2. So all these guys really have had kind of feast or famine type days. And we're now on day 3. This is really going to set everybody apart of, can they stay on that side? Can they stay on the big fish side of things?
And notice what's over his shoulder right there. Yeah, another boat ramp. Boat ramps are so key in Texas because anywhere there's a boat ramp, they're going to have a tournament. Whether it's a small little jackpot tournament at night, Thursday night shootouts. Boat ramps are again, like I said earlier, there's no shame in the game of fishing retreads.
Yep.
You're talking about areas where fish are dumped every evening of their jackpot events, and every small event they have, every tournament, catch and release is obviously practiced and huge in these lakes, and it doesn't hurt you to go sniff around anywhere there's a boat ramp. And we just saw him, much like Mark Rose, down at the dam in a very big boat ramp, fishing all around the buoys. Here's Brian Thrift.
And it's not just about the tournaments bringing fish back too. I don't even care if you're on a small lake. There's always bigger fish around those ramps. And one of the big reasons being social media is selfies. Guys want to come back with that big fish. They find someone to take a picture of them to post on, change their profile on Facebook and Instagram. And then where do they release that fish? Right at the dock. And Thrift is looking for that selfie fish right there. That profile pic, if he sticks a big one, it might be the same fish that's on somebody's Facebook page.
That's funny. Good point. Anybody that knows Brian Thrift, anybody that fishes against Brian Thrift knows this is not Brian Thrift in action right here. This is a different Brian Thrift. And 2 tournaments now, he has said that he has really had to put his running and gunning ways to the side. He burns massive amounts of fuel. He drives all over the lake when he can figure out something that might produce a fish. And he goes and looks for it everywhere he can. He is known as the guy that just turns and burns his way across the whole reservoir, and will cover the whole lake in the course of a couple days, no matter how big the lake. We saw this at Guntersville. We're seeing this again. He's saying, I'm having to slow down. I'm having to milk the areas I think have fish. I haven't found anything to run and to gun, to go be able to fish my normal comfort zone, which is truly just being a very, very fast 1, 2, 3, 4 casts, get out. 1, 2, 3, 4 casts, get out. That's how he likes to fish. That's how he's wired that way. But not these last 2 tournaments. We've seen a completely different angler.
Yep, and he would definitely say that's his strength. But I find that hard to believe. Though he finished 2nd to Guntersville, fishing really slow. He's right up in the hunt right now here at Lake Travis. So I really think it just shows how versatile he really is.
He's just such a good angler.
Yes.
He's really such a great angler that he
beat it, but he didn't need it.
He knows when he has to slow down. He knows when he has to just milk an area. He knows not to fish. Don't be locked in on running everything, but just do that every time.
Come back and got it.
Live action right now on Lake Travis. Let's see if this one's going to actually be a measurable fish.
He's fat, but I believe he's short.
Oh, he is a fat one too.
Yeah, even if he's short, you can see that these fish are wanting to move up. They're feeding heavy.
And that's again to that creature bait, fishing that little creature bait down low, just dragging something along.
What's the call, Brian?
A very important 3rd fish if he can put it in the well. And sometimes it's the 3rd fish, not so much. The 3rd fish and the 5th fish are the 2 hardest fish to catch. In my opinion, when you're in a tournament, it seems like Brian Thrift is right now looking for his 3rd fish. And I've always struggled with my 3rd and my 5th, not always, but it just seems like that's the omen, Maybe that's my
milestone. Yeah, absolutely.
Give me over the hump of Give me the over the hump of 3, and I'm on my downward, and then 4 comes real easily.
Yes.
And then what about number 5? That becomes a really difficult fish so often.
Well, you hit 3, now you only need 2 more fish. And that sounds obvious, but when you hit that 3, you're like, I just need 1 and then another 1. And that's it's that
4 is a
mental
given,
game.
4 is a given. I got 3, 4 is coming, no big deal. 5, oh my gosh, what can I do to catch number 5? Yeah, it's so funny. The mental games that we play on the water. A lot of it going through Brian's head right now. 24 pounds day one, 24-12, almost 25 pounds. A knockout punch for so many guys to see that big a bag.
And no matter where you're at, you don't want to see thrift behind you. No. You know, when you're in that leaderboard and you're trying to hone in on a win, when you got thrifted there, it doesn't matter if he's second, third, or all the way down to 15th. That he is a name that is in the back of your head the whole time you're out there.
Quite the dangerous angler, to be sure.
Yes, and actually, so the tour hasn't stopped at Lake Travis since 2007. You know, almost 10 or just about 10 years. And but Thrift, he took second place last time they were here. So he's no stranger to doing well at this lake. The other one who performed well was Winlet. He actually took fourth place on that 2007 event.
Well, it's his backyard.
Yep.
He's in College Station. This is a very close. This is a very familiar lake to Clark Winlet.
And Thrift being talkative as usual. He's a very focused angler. Doesn't give us a whole lot. But watching him,
carries a big stick.
Yes, yes.
His famous words of Roosevelt. he's speaking softly, but carrying that big stick, and he's got that stick right there, right now.
But with this live view we have, we can poke around and look around on his boat all we want, and that's what we're going to do here. And you can just see how slowly he's bringing that creature bait through the brush, letting it fall back down, looking for those shallower fish.
I don't doubt that Brian this afternoon will be one of those anglers that will definitely get off of this bite. And if the conditions can continue like this, once you get that high 12 o'clock sun on a calm day, it becomes almost impossible not to go looking. It really does. Unless you're just wrecking them, you're being offered a bathtub at that point. You're being offered a chance to look down and see fish if the fish are even remotely close to being up on that bank now.
And now we also got, along with Thrift, we've got Lawyer as well on the split screen here. And these two guys, this is a great split screen shot because these guys are pretty much tied by our calculations right now on the unofficial leaderboard. So, you know, they don't know it. They don't know that they're even Steven, but this is huge. We're going to see who's going to make some moves up the leaderboard here.
And this is a key thing about lakes.
Well, as bad as I hate to say it, I think we've wore out our welcome.
Jeremy Lawyer. Key thing about lakes like this, ounces are so precious because the weights are so tight, and we've seen that already in the standings going into this, where guys are, except for the blowouts, the big sacks. In the 4-day event, you're going to see so many of the 36.2 versus 36.1 like we're seeing here, because there is 11 pounds, 11 pounds, 12 pounds, 13 pounds, 11 pounds, 11 pounds. Guys were bringing in those bags, and
think about it, better to happen today than yesterday. Let's rave on.
The Lawyer's going to pull up his stakes, and Jeremy Lawyer's sound like he's going to move away. And at the same time, we got Brian Thrift picking up a spinning rod. Feeling as though there's fish there, they're just a little bit shy to his big jig. Two guys in action. One making a move.
I'm going to pop that fish real quick. I'm sure she's upside down. Yep.
Lawyer getting ready to fizz a fish.
Yep, doing some fish control. But Thrift, now I don't know if this was the truth, but day one, he was talking all about shaky heads. When he was back at the weigh-in, shaky head, cut them all in the shaky head. But after he comes in with a 24-pound limit, Thrift being a man of few words, for him to be chattering that much about a shaky head, a lot of people went, I don't know if he's telling the truth on that. But looks like that might be what he's throwing right now.
But we saw him throwing a big burly jig for the better part of the morning. I mean, he's throwing a big profile jig, and really again addressing that crustacean bite. You know, I just went to my phone. I was checking out the moon phase because in a situation like what you see here, warm nights and moon phases become very key. And as I'm watching this, I start thinking, what is that moon phase? And right now we're coming off of a full moon, so it's actually going back down. A whole different thing if we'd have been going right into a full moon on nights like this, with days like this, in warm. We had a real mild winter in South Texas. You know, it's supposed to be 80 degrees today. These guys are going to be peeling off some clothes. Moon phase is such a big deal in the spawn as well. So I had to check real quick and see what we had for a moon phase, what it was like last night.
Well, Byron, when you talk about those warmer evenings and everything, day one, the morning they blast off 30 degrees, cold morning. Got up about 65 that day, but then that's where the warmer night started. Between day and one, it only got down to 50 degrees. Daytime temps almost 80.
Bottom, actually, but I mean, you know, the only thing the conditions are as bad as they could be right now. Clear, blue bird, you know, totally calm. But I mean, I left them biting here yesterday. I really thought I could come back and catch some fish here. You know, it just may not be. It may not be. I wore this spot out 2 days, so. But that's just, you know, that's what makes tournament fishing what it is making those decisions. And so at some point I'll have to make a decision whether I bank on this longer or go and see what happens. You put my mic on my shirt, inside shirt, didn't you? Yeah.
Right. You can tell it's getting warm out there. Windlet taking off the sweatshirt. You can have that feeling. This is getting hot. These fish, you've got to think eventually they're going to move up. We might start seeing some serious shallow water action.
You got to think they're going to get off. It's hard to sit offshore and be out there fishing like that and just be like, oh, I'm watching this weather get so perfect to look around, and these fish want to spawn, and it's a warm day. So I think we're going to watch, just like the fish moving shallow, I think we're going to see a lot of anglers in the top 20 moving shallow.
Very nice, very nice. Yes, and absolutely, guys. We're going to be taking a quick break here in just a second. But we're going to be watching, we're going to leave you with some day one highlights. And then I'm also going to go check social media right now and see what hashtags we got on FLW Live.
There you go.
Get her. Boom! That's what's going back.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I've hit one rock down there. Let me catch a limit.
doing that. I didn't think you got him in there.
Two.
Today, I will work harder than I did yesterday. I will contribute to this country and its greatness. I will remember that work isn't everything, but whatever work I do, I will give everything.
Here's to the dream you set long ago. You never stopped working hard to get there, and that's why we won't either.
Launching a Ranger aluminum boat that's cut full of holes may sound a little crazy, but with so much closed-cell foam inside, it's easy to see the added safety and stability. It's a huge confidence booster, especially with so much quality inside, along with ever-new E-Tech's unrivaled performance and 300 hours with no dealer scheduled maintenance. Ranger aluminum is built to excel and priced to be yours.
Power your Ranger with Evinrude E-Tech.
What is this meeting about again?
Fishing. Took my boat, boom, jumped over it, and I caught a giant. It was like a whale.
29 pounds, baby!
That's the last time I danced on stage.
Chief Fishing Officer.
How do I get that job?
I don't know. Go to teamgtfishing.com to find out more about my real job.
The most versatile fishing machine on Earth. Unparalleled resolution and clarity, with more agility, lightning speed, and brute strength. HDS Carbon takes rapid response performance and screen technology to an all-new level. Maximized power, maximized visibility. See Structure Scan 3D, new dual chirp sonar, new live network sonar, and more mapping options, all at the same time and faster than ever before. Arm yourself.
are easier ways to become a better angler. Join FLW today and take your fishing to the next level. Get the magazine, get on the water. Visit FLWfishing.com/membership to find out more.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Hey, what's going on, Travis?
We're back.
That's right. Live.
Yep.
Going live.
More
at Lake
live
Travis.
action. Lake Travis, second stop on the FLW 2017 Tour. And now we're going to take a look. Lake Travis, a long, slithery little lake here. We're going to take a look and see where some of these anglers are actually catching some of their fish. Pace Bend Park is a name you're hearing a lot from all our correspondents on the water, and that's basically mid-lake. And so here we go. We're going to kind of do a flyover right now.
You know, and the guys are actually saying, all of them to the one are talking about spawning close. I mean, if they are fishing offshore, it's relevant to the flats and the areas these fish want to get on the bed and start to spawn in. So no matter what part of the lake you're in, you're hearing these guys say, I'm really keying on those fish that are in that transition from the winter coming into the spring and getting into the areas that they really want to be spawning. We're
slowly moving up the river here. And you'll see just all those little inlets and things. You know, those are all potential spawning areas. And what our anglers have been keyed in on is not all the way back in there. They're looking for those little stops, those little secondary little points and structure that these fish are going to stack up on. Patek being a perfect example.
Oh, this guy has committed himself right now to migratory points and key fish that he just hopes to keep replenishing and replenishing and replenishing. And in all of his interviews and all the talking, he's been saying, I got just a few areas, found them in practice, feel good about the areas producing fish, found them in the afternoon, have not fished them in the afternoon. And he is still enjoying the sounds of a drone. Well, that might be a boat running by. That is not a drone.
Oh, that's somebody racing down the lake here.
A beautiful day to be on Travis. So
So
there's gonna be a lot of boat company out there.
This is the third stop of the day. Hit a couple spots this morning already and haven't been able to really get quality bites. I have one keeper, but even getting bit is pretty difficult today for some reason. So I'm fishing this deep point leading into a big cove. I caught a 7-pounder here the first day, so I'm just hoping to get another big one or at least a keeper at this point. Just throwing a Carolina rig. There's a bunch of trees surrounding the point, and I'm trying to get outside the trees a little bit. They seem to be sitting just outside of it.
Patek's starting to wonder probably, did he catch resident fish or migrating fish? Because he's fishing all the best areas he had for the last 2 days, and he's got one fish in the well right now.
But this is a 7-pound point for him. This is yesterday, he went to his main juice, caught his limit, and instead of trying to cull up, he ran around and found this spot, and that's where he stuck a 7. So there's good potential here.
You know, and a key factor, we've talked about this again and again. Yesterday, there was a decisively strong south wind blowing across Lake Travis. Very strong wind. Completely different day when you got calm, slick, big high sky. What you're seeing now, it's very tough conditions. Moving baits especially, but these guys have really kind of shied away from moving baits. We heard a lot of anglers saying, this is not the day to be fishing a moving bait. It's really a day to either be looking or dragging. Conditions like this, you're dealing with an early spawn, February, warm days. You either go looking for fish or else you just drag on the bottom. But to throw a moving bait right now, unless it's bumping into something on the bottom, it's not the ideal conditions for that. And we've seen all the anglers to the one basically dragging.
No. They might be moving shallow.
Live action with Clark Winlet. College Town, Texas, not far away from Lake Travis. He's very familiar with Lake, probably the most familiar angler with this lake, and just put a fish in the well right before we jumped over to him. Clark Wendlandt hooked up here, looking for fish number 3.
You can tell this is a keeper fish right here.
Clark's got 2 4s in the well. These are very important. Any keeper now, if we can put it, and that's going to be a break out the measuring board and see if that one's going to go.
Yep. And once you get catching, all of these fish having bellies. You know, these fish are fattened up. They've put on the protein diet, and now the only thing left is to move up and start spawning.
There you go, 14 and just a little over 14. 14-inch size limit on Lake Travis, 12 inches on the Guadalupe bass.
Third fish, Clark, throw it in the well.
Back to live action with Clark. Getting over the hump. Now he's on the downhill run at 4 and 5. 2 quality fish.
You know what I'm fishing right here is this drain, but you know, I can wander all around this flat, and it's funny, there's just one cast that can get a bite. And the other days I was here, it was actually a different cast. Those fish have just kind of repositioned and moved a little bit, and I've had I didn't get a bite that cast, but I've had about 5 or 6 in a row. Just caught my 3rd keeper, and I'm ready for the next right now.
Nice. We just got some reports.
And what this really looks like is, when you look at the top 10, is it looks like a Tennessee River ledge fishing tournament. Mark Rose, Anthony Gagliardi, Scott Suggs. I mean, guys that fish deep a lot, catch them good. That's just where they're at. I mean, 60-degree water temperature, I just keep thinking they got to go shallow, but they just haven't.
You know, you were saying we just got a report about Patek just catching one.
That I think you know, a lot of people kind of get in their mind, you know, those fish are going to be spawning, and then they spawn and they're going to be done. Well, it doesn't really work that way. It actually is a long period of time, and there's fish on the beds right now. You know, there's probably, I saw 2 or 3 in practice that were on the bed, but I just didn't, there wasn't enough, I didn't think, and I don't think anybody probably made the top 10 that way. But, I mean, these fish will spawn in a lake with a lot of fish. They'll spawn for a long time. They'll go from, you know, on this lake probably from right now until it actually be the 1st of May, there'll still be fish on the beds. And I really learned that from Lake Okeechobee. Lake Okeechobee, and they start spawning in October and they're still spawning in March. Well, it's real warm there. And so you just gotta, I mean, you can always fish pre-spawn fish, post-spawn fish, or spawning fish, but never think they're all doing one thing, because they just never are.
Bites are coming right now. We just missed, we were watching Patek, he caught one. Wendlandt's getting bit every cast. You know, Travis, there's that phenomenon when a lake just turns on. It just turns on. And if you talk to your buddies, it's like, man, I'll tell you what, between 9 and 11 or 10 and 12 or 1 and 2, as you talk to everybody, you start seeing the whole lake just decides to fire at the same time. It's a great, interesting phenomenon, but it'll be dead there'll be these long stretches of dead, and then it's boom, 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 boom. Well, we just came to Clark, and he just caught one.
Yep.
We just left Patek, he just caught one.
Yep, we may be seeing that right now. And that's what's amazing, is none of these anglers have any idea what's going on with anyone else. But from us being able to watch all of them and really watch them move, it looks like we're going to start having some movement. It looks like we're going to start having some action right now as that day heats up. Wendlandt really emphasizing those temperatures. and we're watching this leaderboard, and more fish are being caught, and it looks like this lake is just literally heating up temperature-wise.
And look right here.
And Patek and fish-wise here. And he's keeping this fish down, so I think it might be a hefty fish here. we call that, we don't ever say it's a small fish, but we say that is a feisty fish. He's eating like a big one.
There we go, 14.
And we're gonna count that. Patek slowly moving some fish. I'm not even sure how many officially has, because he's actually reported, I think he's caught a couple here in the last few minutes.
Maybe his little spot fired up. You talk about spots firing up. You get a bite, fire in there, get another bite, fire in there, get a bite. This may be number 2, this may be number 3. Well, no,
I saw
3.
yeah, so that looked
3.
like third.
Number 3 already. And 2 and 3 came real quick.
No, what I was saying is you got to work it slow. Sometimes when you're bringing it over those limbs, they'll
I think we're losing Patek. But really cool what he was talking about, bringing over the limbs. You know, he's got to feel out. You're watching all these anglers really just feeling out that structure down there. And it's not about, you know, they want to get hung up. That's the idea. You get hung up, but then you give it just enough pressure. You shake, shake, shake. And as that thing pops free, that's where those bites are coming. It's so important to let that bait fall back down. You're watching every one of them. They hold that rod straight up, and they shake, shake a little bit, shake, and then it pops free, and they drop it back down, and then they just repeat. And that's where some of these fish, that's what he was just explaining right there, is getting it through those limbs.
And we're starting to see some activity right now. We're starting to see the lake fire up a little bit, and guys are getting excited about the fact that they're getting bites now. For a while we were watching, and it was like watching paint dry or grass grow. They're just thrown out there, and everybody's just kind of sitting there, and they're fired up. You can tell they're catching fish, so they're waiting for that bite. But now it's whack, 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 you know, and they're putting some hooks in them, and they're missing some bites. You're seeing Clark talk about it. You're seeing Patek talk about it. The bites are starting to happen right now. It could be a fantastic afternoon on Lake Travis.
Absolutely, absolutely, and that's what we're really watching right now is all these anglers. It's like a fresh new day. Every day they come out and start the morning. They've got to figure out, did the fish, they start where they left off, where they last found those fish, but then the day is basically starts at 0. They've got to figure out what these fish are doing. And now that we're a few hours into this event, we're seeing that these guys are starting to figure out. They're finding where those fish went to, and it's just going to heat up throughout the entire day.
And they're still talking about going shallow. They're still saying, hey, listen, it's happening right now. I'm getting a few bites. They're not the bites they want. These are just, they're measuring them. It's that ever-prevalent 14-inch size limit that they're having to deal with, and catching 14 and a half, 14 and a quarters. But they got to be thinking the whole time, I'm going to need a kicker. I'm going to need a quality fish today. It's Travis. You know, 1.5 pounders are great to have. Get you to the 5. You get comfortable with 5. You're in the top 10. You're in the top 15 right now. You're dancing around with ounces being important. But when do you start thinking, man, lightning has to strike again? I need a couple of the fish that got me here. I need another day of a 3, a 4, a 5, a Clark Windlet 8, if you will. When does that happen today?
Yeah, I love tournaments like this where it's just, you're anticipating. It's been warming up, it's there. Windlet thought it was already going to be there, but we could witness right before our eyes just a wave of fish move up, and the anglers that figure it out first, it's that race. It's like finding Easter eggs, and if you're the first kid that comes out and sees the Easter eggs, you get to scoop them all up before the rest of the kids realize they're out there.
That's exactly right. Let's go back to Patek real quick.
Well, they're here. Said there's fish here. It's good. Yeah.
You know, he said they are here, and he has caught 2 very quickly. And a spot like that with a Carolina rig, you know, you can, once you fire them up, sky's the limit what could actually happen in an area once you get those fish to start going. Get a little activity going on down there, bust loose a few fish, and
And we're going to be staying live until 12:30 today. So we're staying through most of the day watching these anglers live. But once we go off the air, anyone in the area, anyone in Austin or anywhere near Lake Travis, head over to Jones Brothers Park for the FLW Expo around 12:30ish, all the way until the weigh-in. There's going to be all kinds of cool stuff to do. Just fun fishing activities and a beautiful day to go do it. So obviously head over there, and then you're going to get to see these guys weigh in person, the top 20, and see who gets to survive and move on to day 4.
yeah, and the expo, if you haven't seen it, it's an amazing experience. It's worth going out to those expos, and like you said, Travis, exactly that. A beautiful, beautiful day to be out there on a Saturday, gorgeous weather. It should be a real fun event, probably real busy out there. So if anybody that's watching this is near Jones Brothers Park, make sure you go out there and check it out. It's worth leaving our show after we're done, of course. Don't leave us till we're finished at 12:30. Yes. We don't want to be here by ourselves, but at the same time, mosey, take the family, go over there. So much to do for the kids. So many key, cool, fun kid factor things. It's really neat if you're in the area to go check it out.
Go get weird.
Go get weird.
Does that apply to Jones Valley? Is that too far away from Austin to be weird?
Go get weird. Yeah. Keeping it weird.
Keeping it weird.
Keep it weird. Keep it weird, Austin. If you're anywhere near Austin or in that area, just check out Jones Brother Park and get over there. And talk to me, Travis, about the social trending FLW hashtag. That's you, baby. That's
yeah. And you know what's, that goes into this FLW Live, man. We're watching these guys. We are on the boat with them. We're looking over their shoulder at their baits. There's no secrets anymore. We get to see what these guys are doing. And so does everyone else that's watching at home live. And so we're using the hashtag FLW Live. You can take pictures, send in pictures of your setup, how you're watching, whatever you want to show us, we'll take a look at. Aaron, I'm kind of interested to see people's setups. I'd like to see some cool man caves.
I'm going to rely on you because I'm north of 50 now, so I don't know what a hashtag is or how to use a hashtag or why hashtag FLW Live, but I know there's something to do with that, and that's all you, baby. So
yes.
Just hand me that big iPad-looking iPod thing over there that you got, and share with us the things so even an old man like me can see what's going on.
Yep. It's really easy. All you got to do is sit on your couch, stream the live to your television, get a big old bag of potato chips.
Put some pants on.
I mean,
it's always a good thing.
Whatever your comfort level is, put it on. But if you're going to send a picture, make sure you do put some pants on. We'd appreciate that.
Hey, we were talking about close weights. Take a look at what we can see right here, right now. 45 to 49, 40 pounds, 9 ounces, 40 pounds, 5 ounces. The ounces are so key. The 14-inch bass are key right now. Get that limit. PodTech has 3. Thrift obviously has 4.
How you gonna catch a keeper and then they quit biting?
You know what, Brian? Steven's probably asking himself the same thing just to the left of you right now. How do you catch a keeper and they quit biting? Because we're asking the same thing. Thrift and PodTech both right now grabbed a couple quick keepers.
It's 3 on 3 casts and can't get another bite.
Yep. If we could have him talk to Patek right now, they could actually have this conversation on the water with each other, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because they both had the same thing happen. The lake's firing.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's backed up, and so there's a lot of like new stuff that there is to fish.
Yeah, there's just a lot of bushes under the water.
Can you talk a little bit about that level change?
Man, I don't really know that much about it. I know a couple of years ago the lake was down really bad, like 30 or 40 feet, I guess they said, and the water came up, I guess, within the last year or two, and it was down for so long that a lot of bushes grew out, you know, next to the new water line when the lake was down. So there's so much cover in the 40 to 5 foot range that it's hard to pinpoint where they're going to be because they could be anywhere. And I think that's what's made it so tough as far as catching keepers this week, is because really you just got to get lucky and throw in the right bush in that 15 to 30 foot range.
Get lucky. Thrift really downplays a lot of time what he goes out there and does. Makes it seem like he just stumbles on these fish, and that couldn't be further from the truth. Yeah, this guy is absolutely just.
How I pull up here and catch 3 and then nothing.
He is talking to himself,
Yes.
though. I mean, that is truly. Here we go.
This might be a keeper.
Looking for that ever elusive Travis keeper today on day 3 action. Here, Lake Travis. Oh.
And there it is, a much needed fish from Thrift. It's just one more fish closer to his limit.
I'm gonna step on you.
Lively fish. These fish are healthy.
Thank you for 14 inches.
And don't want to be caught.
Oh, yeah. We got a 4.
Right now, 14 inch. Get that limit. Get that 5 fish for 14, 5 fish, 14 inches. Put that out of the way. Looking for a big bite, but every one of these guys right now, with the exception of the 3 that unofficially have a limit, we have 3 guys right now out of the 20 at this very moment that unofficially have a limit. And guys like Brian Thrift.
And that fish actually, the unofficial tallies we have, that fish actually moved Thrift up into second place.
I'm going to make one more cast, Peg. Hurt. Right?
But look at all those fish now. Unofficially a 1,
One
1.5, 2, 2 pounder.
Throw something small at them.
You know, he's only looking at like 8.5, 9 pounds of fish right now for the 4 he's got, but puts him in second place. Dylan Hayes leading the tournament right now, catching a good quality average of 2s and 3s all the way through. And another one for Brian Thrift, and that one's not going to keep, but he's got an area that's just produced 3 fish as soon as he pulled up, including his 4th fish. You know, and he's got to feel good about the area, at least getting bites. And they all talked about it. All the guys said, we're going to catch 30, 40 fish a day. You know, they're going to be small. There's going to be unders and overs. We're going to catch fish over 14, but we're going to catch a lot of fish today because Travis is just chock full of fish. And what a lake Travis is going to be in the next 4, 5, 6 years. I mean, there's a massive population of fish in this lake right now, and guys are just catching a lot of fish.
Yep.
So the bites are starting to happen now. We're seeing a lot more activity now than we did an hour and a half, 2 hours ago on our live show.
Yeah, it certainly looks like this, like Lake Travis really has a bright future ahead of it. Ooh.
Fired back up.
It goes. That's was the next cast after that fish he just put in the live well.
And they're small.
He's not acting like that one's going to keep.
He found the proverbial nursery.
Yes.
What do you call it? Weenie Land or something like that?
Weenie Land.
Weenie Land or Weenie Flats.
I like the reflection there. That's a good shot. Mm-hmm. Riff looked like he trimmed up the beard for day 3. I like that. I appreciate that, Brian. Brian, these guys don't have to be out on the water. Don't they know that if they were just sitting at their house watching FLW live, they'd be able to see all the anglers fishing?
They don't need to float around out there like that.
They're burning gas for no reason.
Trying to stay off the guy's spot. You got the front row seat right here. Everybody watching this show right here has a much better view than the guy who's sitting over there trying to stay out of Brian's way and wondering if he's going to drift over his spot.
Yep. Check out that beard. Are we lining up for a beard sponsor? Is that what we're going to be doing?
Thrift a lot more relaxed. You know, having watched these guys now for two events, Thrift a lot more relaxed with boat traffic. Mark Rose, whole different creature.
Yes. Mark got a little upset last tournament.
Mark right now would be barking. You see those guys behind there? They'd be getting an earful right now behind you. Mark Rose he wants some space. He's got a plan. Thrift, yeah, come on by.
Yep.
You know what? If you got a cold water in that boat over there, why don't you throw it to me?
But Thrift also notorious. He could throw down his rod at any second and blast out of there and leave all those guys behind. So everyone's got to be on their toes, ready to take off with them.
Done with it.
This may be it.
He called this, I think. He's getting ready to leave his posse behind. His entourage better be pulling their trolling motors up. There's no telling where this man's going.
Yep. Put the sandwiches away, boys. Thrift is running.
You know it's Marlboro time, Brandon.
Going back to Clark Winlet here. Live with Clark Winlet, who once again, notice the similarities in the way these guys are fishing right now.
It's the same posture on everybody.
It's just it's the dragging tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's just sitting there throwing out and dragging. Whether it's a jig or a Carolina rig, it's those creature baits. It's on the bottom.
I got a limit. That's what the key is. 2 of them are line squeakers. But, you know, I got to start somewhere. So, you know, I've got, I don't even know how many pounds I got. I mean, I've got a good start to the day. It's early, 10:30. I probably won't fish here much longer. I'm probably going to make a move pretty quick. And, I mean, I'm just going to go fishing. And what I really like is I like this area of the lake that I'm fishing right now. It's the upper end of the lake. And I just feel like you got a little better chance to catch a big one just fishing, if you're just going fishing. Now, if you got a spot like we started on the lower end, obviously that's great. I only got one. So, you know, for the most part, you know, yesterday I spent about probably 2/3 of my day and I just went fishing. I mean, I just went places that some I've fished, some I've not. I'm just fishing. And, you know, when the wind's blowing, I like fishing the conditions. The conditions today say fish slow, meticulous. Just if you're going to fish shallow, you're going to about have to flip. If you're going to fish deep, you know, you're just going to drag something ultra slow. I've been catching them on Strike King jig now. The only thing I can catch them on is a Carolina rig. And so, you know, you just got to let the conditions tell you. This is a good lake for the condition, whatever the conditions tell you to do. And what I mean by that, if the wind starts blowing, A lot of times you can fish moving baits and fish faster. If you got a lot of cloud cover, same thing. But when you've got these bright, sunny skies, absolutely no wind, you better slow down or you're just going to struggle. One place that we see that on the FLW Tour a lot is we fish Beaver Lake just about every year. And at Beaver, you may have the greatest crankbait bite ever going. And it's a cloudy, windy day, you just whack them. And then the next day, sunny, clear, cold front came through, you can't even buy a bite. And I've learned that over time. You better fish what the conditions give you.
You know, Clark really laying it out right there for you and really breaking down in a great way what these prevailing conditions are doing and its style and technique and cadence that he has to throw his bait and the way he has to work his bait and the reason why. I mean, it's really just a dog slick day. And now unofficially with his 5th fish, he's leading it, Travis. This unofficially puts him, because his first 2 fish were solid fish, probably bigger than the 4s that they're showing, but 4 or 5 pounds, and then he filled out his limit with 3 fish.
Hey, if you want some real up close shots, you can just come get right here on the bank. Yeah, but just go around by them and come right up the bank.
Nice, I like it. Helping our camera guys get some better shots.
Yeah.
That's his better side too, and that looks like the sun. That's the way the sun, so he's gonna look better. He's gonna have some good colors in that, and we appreciate that, Clark.
It's a real nice way to say, get out of there. A real nice way. Hey, if you want some better shots, just come on over here.
But
you're killing me, Smalls. That's what he's trying to say. You're killing me, Smalls. Come on. Drift any closer, I'll cast my Carolina rig onto your deck of your boat. What a gentleman.
But he's a gentleman, but a very dangerous man right now, because as a hometown guy, right out of Leander, right there in right near the lake.
Leander, I stand corrected. I may have said the wrong. Maybe I was giving way too much props to College Station earlier, but yes,
that's pretty amazing.
So
because I've watched a lot of it before, and watching the Classic, and I mean, to a bass fisherman, I'd just about rather stay home and not fish and be able to watch what happens live in a tournament, what's going on, what's the thought processes that are made, how they decide to move or stay, and just see them fishing. I don't want to just see fish catches. I want to see, hey, why is he sitting there so long, or why did he move, or what is he thinking? And gosh, I could never get enough of that. To me, that's about the coolest thing there ever is.
Thank you, Clark Winlet. We love you too.
Clark, we agree.
We love being live, Clark, and we love watching you. And keep breaking it down for us.
Yeah.
Talk about how this lake fishes like Beaver Lake. You can be on the best crankbait bite of your life, but if that wind lays down and it gets slick and the sun gets up like this, Clark says you got to fish slow or else you're going to struggle. You got to drag or you're going to struggle.
Are we still alive?
We are. We're still.
Catch a big one.
Yes, you do. We'd love it if you would. And that's cool.
This is amazing.
And he said if he's going to go shallow, he's going to flip. He's going to go up shallow, he's going to flip. And if he's going to stay out deep, he's going to drag. And that's what he was breaking down for us is, you go shallow, you go looking around the whole time you're flipping.
They must have like the greatest job ever. They just get to sit back and analyze.
We do have the greatest job ever.
I think he's starting to tighten up. He's not getting any bites. I can just hear him now. Guys, I'm not too tight yet. I've got a limit. I'm doing okay.
And you got a couple good ones, Clark, so we don't think you're tight. We think you're rocking and rolling, dude. We got to say, it's great to have me sitting here watching. You ain't tightened up. You got to be loose. Can we tell him he's in first place? No, we cannot. Can we tell him that he is now the leader? No, we can't, but I want to.
But you can tell he's loose right now. He's talking to us. He's doing our job right now. He's literally just taking the words out of our mouth. So you can tell that makes him a threat right now to everybody in the field. He's got his limit. Now he's relaxed. It would be
And the
Would
bait
not
I'm
surprise me
actually
in any way
fishing
if he stuck a
Carolina
big
rig.
one.
If you probably asked me my least favorite technique, it'd be probably Carolina rigging. It's just too slow. I like to fish fast, cover water, move down the shore. I'd have fished this whole cove by the time I've fished in here, but
Whack! But you gotta love that. Oh, negative tree.
Give me a sec. The decisions. Earlier he brought up the the decisions, seeing what goes on, what goes through these different anglers' heads as the day unfolds, and that's the beauty about this live view we have. Really, when you watch the weigh-ins, you're just seeing the end result. You don't get to see the struggles. You don't get to see all the little things that happen. And a great point is, Mark Rose, last tournament at Gunnersville, caught his biggest fish, won the tournament on that last cast of the day. That's the things that you don't get to see when you just see the weigh-in. You just see those final weights. And so we really get to see what unfolds, these huge decisions these guys have to make throughout the day that makes or breaks them.
And Clark said interesting thing here. I think if you asked every angler out there, none of them like Carolina rigging. Rick Lund called it idiot fishing. He called it idiot fishing. I mean, just to sit there and drag, put a weight out there, you feel like it's glorified catfishing for these guys. And it's not the way that anybody really wants to fish. It's effective, but it just isn't a lot of fun. There's very few anglers that actually are good and enjoy, and there are some, I know a few, that are dangerous with a Carolina rig, and they can always catch them, but these guys want to go out and turn and burn, man. They want to go out and fire baits, and like he said, fish that whole cove in the time it takes to do what he's doing right now.
you can come right here to me if you want. Come right down the bank.
You can tell Clark is relaxed right now. This is good. This is.
He knows where the fish are. He knows where his cast's going to be. He knows where the fish are. He knows that, he's probably not going to be there much longer, like he said. But he knows where the fish are. He knows his cast. He goes, yeah, you can come in behind me. He's not turning around. Every 180 degrees of that water is completely of little use to him. He's just facing the same direction, making that same cast into that ditch he talked about. There's a key cast. He goes, I got to make the cast. And the fish reposition themselves today from where they were before. Big flat, fish the whole flat, but he said there's just this one cast you got to keep making. And what you're seeing right now is him make that cast. I noticed something he keeps doing. He's got a landmark because he keeps looking back at it. You notice that?
Mm-hmm.
He's not looking at his graph like most of the time. You look at your graph, you get your waypoint, like we saw Shin Fukai doing. Looking down, like we saw Gunnersville. He keeps looking back, and he's got something back there. There it is. He's got something back there that gives him a landmark of where his boat's supposed to be.
A lineup. That's old school fishing right there.
This area right here, when I found it in practice, I actually found it on a spinnerbait. It was deep trees, and I actually caught, I just got bites, a lot of bites. And so, I knew it was a good area. I didn't really know the exact deal. And so as time's gone on, I got in here the first day and just waxed them. I mean, it culled my whole limit that I already had when I got here. But from there, the bites got a lot tougher. And so I've just figured out the little places. And a lot of times what we do is we'll use landmarks. The GPS is great, it gets you close, but we'll use landmarks, especially when you're close to the bank or something, where you're actually, so a lot of times I look back and there's a telephone pole right here in a tree and I can actually line up and know where I am. And so then all I've got to do is make my cast exactly where I want it to be, and I'll just try different areas. So basically I'm just kind of going along, fishing different parts of this, trying to figure out if there's a little area that's got more fish or a bigger fish in it. And at some point I'm going to have to leave here probably pretty quick, but I don't feel like I've tapped it yet. I think there's still some fish here.
Really talking about that landmark right there. A lightning, a pole in a tree, a light pole in a tree, and that's what he keeps referencing back to. He keeps looking over his shoulder up at something, and that's old school, like you said, Travis, but that's so accurate. Mm-hmm. And here we go, back to the beginning of the day. This is how Clark Wendlandt, day 3, starts off his day. And he's got to feel good. He has 12 pounds the first day, catches 17.3 the second day, anchored by an 8-pounder. And what a way to start day 3 in the
There we go. I mean, that's he's got to be stoked right now. Look at the sun. I mean, it's his first thing in the morning, and he's got a big fish.
Yeah, look at him. He had a laugh out. He goes, boy, you can't ask for a better way to start day 3. That almost assures you with the limit that you're fishing the final day. That's right. That right there says catch 5 to go with that. Guess what? And here he is. He's caught 5 fish now. So there is, to your point, Travis, a very relaxed. Looking back at that light pole, now we know, and the tree, and moving that icon, moving that around, that visual marker he's using up there, and learning how to dissect the whole area. Landmarks are so much better than waypoints, because waypoints have that tendency to jump around, and you really never know exactly where your boat is in position to it. You line up those two things, and you can actually get the trajectory right. You can just put yourself on the spot perfectly. It's almost like a security blanket to have that visual thing to stare up at. To check yourself with.
Yeah, like you said, sometimes those waypoints jump around a little bit. It's kind of hard to figure out which side you're on of them. And but when you line up, you got 2 trees or something. You line up those trees.
Another thing that's pretty interesting about this lake right now is that there's a big algae bloom here right now. This water's a lot more stained than it normally is. The water's usually on this lake ultra clear, and it was a lot clearer than this 3 or 4 weeks ago. But that algae is growing on all this cover, and I'm not exactly sure what causes an algae bloom, but it's a lot of times, you'll see it floating in the water, and it just kind of milks up the water a little bit. And so it's pretty different than normal. Even on the lower end, and the visibility may be only 4 or 5 feet deep, which seems like a lot to some people, but for this lake, it's about usually 20 feet visibility. You can see the bottom in 20 feet of water, and so that's a big difference, and it makes the fishing a little bit different too.
You know the key thing, Travis, is if you don't have something lined up on, the next best thing is just to put a buoy down. And if you put a buoy down, you don't need to throw it on the spot. You need to throw it right where the bow of your boat is, and that way you can move around that buoy. So if you don't have what Clark has, which is, he's looking back at it right there. He's looking back at his telephone pole and his tree to get his bearing straight. But if you don't have that, and you put a buoy down right there by your trolling motor, you can mill around that buoy and always have that as your focal point and be able to go, out to the left. There it is. He's looking back at his marker right there. Thank you. Neat that he has that on the back, to look at.
Yep.
If you're in an area, those of you watching this, and you don't have a marker, you get on something, you get that perfect cast that seems to be working, and you put that marker buoy down, then you can mill to the 10 yards, 20 yards, 30 yards to the left, 20 yards to the back, and you always come right back to that same spot, make that same cast if you need to, but then you can really, and Clark's talking about this, he's dissecting that area, really tearing it apart right now, trying to figure out, it's a bunch of submerged trees. It's a big bunch of submerged trees that he found with a spinnerbait. He said he culled everything the first day that he had as well when he pulled up there the first day, netting him a total of about 12.5 pounds off of that area the first day.
He said fishing a lot of that brush and trees. And if you want to know what he's fishing right now, that angle at the shoreline we just saw, that's exactly what he's fishing. All that stuff has grown up and the lake was low, and now the water has filled back up, and now we've got just a ton of brush and trees and all those limbs that they're coming over looking for those fish. So as Clark keeps looking to upgrade, we are actually going to take another quick break, but first we're going to look at some day 2 highlights, some catches from yesterday.
baby. That's 2. Good, that's the size of it. Yeah, baby.
Heck yeah.
Yes! Boom!
Nice.
Number 4. Getting there.
Today, I will work harder than I did yesterday. I will contribute to this country and its greatness. I will remember that work isn't everything, but whatever work I do, I will give everything.
Here's to the dream you set long ago. You never stopped working hard to get there, and that's why we won't either.
Launching a Ranger aluminum boat that's cut full of holes may sound a little crazy, but with so much closed-cell foam inside, it's easy to see the added safety and stability. It's a huge confidence booster, especially with so much quality inside, along with ever-new E-Tech's unrivaled performance and 300 hours with no dealer scheduled maintenance. Ranger aluminum is built to excel and priced to be yours.
Power your Ranger with Evinrude E-Tech.
What is this meeting about again?
Fishing. Took my boat, boom, jumped over it, and I caught a giant. It was like a whale. 29 pounds, baby! That's the last time I danced on stage.
Chief Fishing Officer.
How do I get that job?
I don't know. Go to teamgtfishing.com to find out more about my real job.
The most versatile fishing machine on Earth. Unparalleled resolution and clarity, with more agility, lightning speed, and brute strength. HDS Carbon takes rapid response performance and screen technology to an all-new level. Maximized power, maximized visibility. See Structure Scan 3D, new dual chirp sonar, new live network sonar, and more mapping options, all at the same time and faster than ever before. Arm yourself.
There are easier ways to become a better angler. Join FLW today and take your fishing to the next level. Get the magazine, get on the water. Visit FLWfishing.com/membership to find out more.
What's up, guys? We are back
live
on Lake Travis for the second stop, the 2017 FLW Tour, presented by Quaker State. And like I said, we are live, man. We're
Super
hanging
live
out with the anglers on their boats, seeing some live action. This has been an absolute blast.
Yes, it has. It's exciting times right now. The guys are catching fish. It's starting to happen. Travis is warming up. The lake is starting to get a little hot, and so it's exciting to see what's going to happen. The guys are saying limits are key. Well, we got 4 limits right now unofficially, and it's really about limits because, I mean, 14 inches is the size limit. The bite has been really slow, and so take a look at the leaderboard right now, Travis.
Absolutely, and look at this. Paul Tick, he's back. He's got his 4th fish, and he is back in the leaderboard looking for that 5th fish now. We talked about that a little bit earlier. That 5th fish can be tough, but he's got it early in the day, and he gets one more good one. He really can be looking nice for going into day 4.
And it's been a slow morning for him. I mean, he actually was sitting there with 20 pounds the first day, 14 pounds the second day. We saw him about an hour and a half ago live, really struggling, scratching his head, saying, man, you know, what's the deal? And catching shorts, like everybody catching shorts, but he's making his move right now, Travis.
Absolutely, absolutely. So he's got 4 fish, so really one fish can really distance himself and be looking good. But then we've got Winlet as well. We saw how loose he is. I think he's a huge threat right now because of how many options he has, how well he knows this lake. He's got his limit, so now he's looking for, he already caught one huge fish previously in the tournament, and now he's just looking for another one to come.
This is the key here. Notice the word unofficial next to leaderboard. Clark Winlet has sandbagged, I believe, and a lot of us believe, he sandbagged those 2. He's claiming 2 4s. We're thinking he's got 2 fish that are going to go about 10 pounds versus 8 pounds. So he might be able to slap another 2 pounds on top of what he really does have. He might be at 42.9 versus 41.9. Yep. I mean 43.9. You know, it's ounces. If you're going to pull back on fish, that's going to be difficult.
Which absolutely, and you know, you got Brian Thrift in 4th place. He's right in the hunt as well, and he's a guy that really sandbags his fish quite often too. So he could be right up there.
Dylan Hayes, the rookie, it's all crunched up over there. Now let's take a look at 11th through 20th.
Yes, and these are all the guys trying to make moves, and you're seeing they've got it wide open. This second half of the day could be really big for these guys. These are the guys that, as that bite moves up, they're going to look to reconnect with these fish and make that day 4 cut.
You know what? I noticed looking at this leaderboard that, you know, the first 2 days it was about an 11-pound average to get yourself into fishing today. Looks like right now from the leaderboard it might drop a little bit because there's no wind today. It's flat, calm. You know, is it going to be a 33-pound cut day? Is it going to take another 11 pounds today, or might be a little bit less to pull into that top 10 position to be able to fish tomorrow? It is a different day. These guys are saying, what a tough day. Blowing south wind yesterday all over Lake Travis there in South Texas. Now, just a flat, calm, sunny, clear. And look at that. To speak to that, look at the water conditions out there right now. I mean, it is jet ski flat. Go out there and go water ski and jet ski and have a great time. 80 degrees today and not a stitch of wind.
And we're now live with Patek, the unofficial leader right now, and he started out the morning as our day 3 leader, and has gotten his way back up there with only 4 fish. So this is good. He's got a lot of room to even add to that limit.
You know, here's a replay. Right there, look at that. This is going to be a key fish. He needs this to be a keeper right now, Travis, because he needs a 4th fish. He doesn't want to have to measure this fish. He doesn't want to have to throw it back. He needs to put number 4 in the well because he's the day 2 leader. And this fish has to count for something in order for him to get that boost of confidence that, hey, my bite might be turning on.
Yep.
He's looking a little excited on that one. A little bit more theatrics with the way he's fighting this fish. He's not just skidding it in, so.
Yes, he can tell this is a nice fish.
The net's a key. Oh!
And that's a sigh of relief that he's breathing right now.
You don't need to measure that one. If you do, you're just going to take a quick glance at it. You know, with that fish right there, you might be able to. It's healthy. It's good. It's solid. There you go. That's a number 4 fish. Take him to the well.
And with that fish, that's what moved him up into the lead right now.
Unofficially. Unless Clark Wendlett's 2 4-pounders are really 5-pounders.
Yes.
They look pretty good, so it's a tough one. I called one of them 5-2. I wish I could remember which one it was. If I could be there at the scales, I'd say I think one was a 5-2, but we'll never know for sure. This is the way he has been fishing the whole tournament. He has not varied from fishing what he calls migratory fish, migratory points, you know, transitioning fish.
Well, just got my 4th keeper in the boat. Just kind of working on number 5. Probably stay here for a little bit because there seems to be a lot of fish here. Got one about 4 in the box. Just gonna keep doing this until hopefully get a 5th one, and then this afternoon probably run some bank with a swim bait.
Oh, he's talking dirty to me. Did he say run bank with a swim bait?
And today being so warm, I know there's gonna be some big ones roaming the shallows. So
shoot, if they talk any more about swim baits,
be nice
Byron's
to get
going
a
to jump
5th
up on
one
camera. He's going to be
boat
down there.
before
I'm going
I do
back.
that so I can slow down.
Tell you what, those are tough conditions for a swim bait right there, though. That is the hardest. Those are the conditions you don't want to be throwing a swim bait in unless you're throwing around those docks over there. You're looking for a fish hiding under a dock maybe, but boy, unless you're, and we saw Mark Rose fishing a swim bait this morning. He was fishing it real deep and just kind of slow rolling it through all the junk down there at the bottom. But to be free swimming a swim bait with no wind of times.
And we talked a little bit about it earlier, but Patek's really, he's looking for those bald spots in between those bushes. So he's really feeling that out. And once he gets out of that brush, once he finds that little clearing, that's where he's been catching his fish. And that's where, you know, we talked about, that's where these crawdads are and that chunk rock and stuff that are in between these little brush piles and things.
Exactly.
And no matter if you're using a lineup on the shore or your GPS spots, you're going to see these anglers. They are just looking constantly, checking their waypoints and stuff, making sure they're exactly on the spot, on their point, and then they're making that cast because it's so important to make an accurate cast because there's just small little areas that they're fishing. Patek talking yesterday, the spot he was catching where he had his juice was a spot no bigger than two boats. So it is a very small spot that you keep casting to and casting to.
You know, Patek seems to come from that school of Brian Thrift and Mark Rose.
Well, the better fish, they
Good.
just
Never mind.
It's just a light tick and they just start moving. The smaller fish, they're kind of hitting it a few times. You kind of
Freezing up a little bit. This live view, This live view is awesome, though. I mean, I feel like we are standing right. I feel like I whisper in his ear.
But look what technology does. Here we go. Here we go. We have frozen on him. He did not just stand still. That rod is still moving, and he's still fishing. He's not getting ready to set the hook, although it looks like he's in a position. He just stopped for a second.
Nice.
But technology freezing. I mean, that's when you're dealing with live. You're dealing with cameras on the water, sending signals to us here in the studio, and we're trying to keep on top of these guys and check out everything that they got going on. And we're back to them.
Which I'm okay with that.
You get any social media from Team Patek? You see anything on hashtag FLW Live from the Team Patek family? Or crew?
Yeah, actually, I haven't
I know
yet.
you've been every time we go to break, I see you tracking what's going on.
I have been looking. I've been seeing some good stuff. I've been getting a ton of text messages. People are loving this live action. And if Patek family, or if you're a Patek fan, go hashtag FLW Live. Let's show your support.
I get a kick out how so many of these anglers have their families and friends right now reaching out to us.
Yep.
Hashtag FLW Live. I don't know what a hashtag is. Like I said, I'm too old to understand the whole concept. Here in the studio, me and Dave, we're the two guys that hashtag. That's the pound symbol that you sit there next to a phone number. Pound versus I call it a pound. Isn't a pound sign and a hashtag the same thing? Where did this hashtag thing come from?
Hashtag, you need to get with the times, Byron. We're gonna do a little lesson once the
Hashtag
show's
makes me
over.
hungry. I want corned beef and hash. I'm hungry. I mean, that's hashtag to me. Corned beef and hash, maybe, but not hashtag. I'll tag some corned beef and hash. I'll tag some corned beef and hash. You can tell we didn't have any breakfast here this morning.
This looks like a nice little painting right here. I'd pay for this.
Oh! This is day 2 action Patek from. You see the weather yesterday was a little bit different, a little overcast. The guys had their jackets on, but a very, very, very key fish for Patek on day 2.
You gotta love those big hook sets. You're throwing that Carolina, that huge hook set. And this seems like a big fish we're about to see here.
Judging by the posture of the co-angler with the net,
They do not
I would
wanna
agree.
miss that. Yep, and she nailed
Slide
it.
in.
That'll work.
That was a good fish right there.
I love the co-angler's reaction. She was like, yes.
Yes, did her part.
You know,
real quick.
not to be
Keep seeing
corny, but
fish under the boat, so I'm gonna.
it's such a drag having to drag a Carolina rig out there all day long.
Cold.
Dude, it's just such a drag. I
Quite
mean,
a few. I'm used to it.
Kind of the way it's spelled, I guess.
Yeah.
Heck.
It's that slow drag, but then those huge hook sets. It gets your blood pumping real quick when they do those reel down on that fish and then have to make that long sweeping hook set to make up that line.
What a day in South Texas right here. I mean, warm, no wind, beautiful, beautiful weather. Not the best fishing weather because of the lack of wind on the water. There's no ripple. There's nothing there. But gosh, it's got to be killing these guys to think about all that shallow activity that must be starting to happen. Those fish got to be just so fired up. What Clark said, water temperature 60 degrees.
Yep. It's been 60 to about 63 throughout the whole tournament, and it's going to just keep going up. But as we hit that midday, we've talked about this in the past. We're getting closer to 12. We're getting closer to that point where you go, okay, it's now time to make a decision here. I've got to figure out if I'm going to stay and wait this out, or I'm going to maybe move shallow, maybe look for some of those more active fish. I'm sure what we will see.
Patek talked about going shallow after a while. He might do it after he gets one more fish. He'll start gambling with that swim bait a little bit. Let's take a look over here at Mark Rose. Mark Rose, this is something we haven't seen a lot of guys doing. Now he's doing the combination deal, fishing with your eyes and your rod at the same time. And this is a very effective way. He's looking for his 5th fish, literally looking for his 5th fish. See those eyes? You can scan the area, be casting the whole time.
And he's hooked up. Yeah. I don't think that's going to be his 5th fish, but it's nice seeing some live action here.
But this is like Guntersville now. We were with him on the final day of Guntersville when he was needing that 5th fish. And it was like, boy, I'll tell you, the sweat was coming off our brows just having to watch him go, just the 5th fish. Everybody else had their limits. Guys were there, and he was, fishing as the leader with 1 fish short of his limit. And here he is. He had a great tournament up to this point, catching 17 pounds yesterday, 11 pounds the day before. He's one. And look at that water clarity. Look at him looking down through that water. I mean, you're shallow now. It's warm. You're able to look around, and if you see something, you can cast ahead of yourself and then look and see if you see a fish in the process.
We talked about these midday adjustments. Mark Rose, the first angler with that we have a camera on, that has made that adjustment. He has gone shallow, completely different than what these other guys are fishing. He's fishing what looks like, up that cast.
See the rock over there? See the rock off to the left?
Yeah, I mean,
see the rock in the brush?
Feet. Yep.
His boat was sitting at 120 feet earlier this morning.
Exactly.
His boat was sitting at 120 foot. Now his boat's sitting at about 4. And he was fishing right on a hard ledge in front of a launch ramp out there by the dam, throwing a jig, a swim bait, a spinning rod. Now he's up real shallow, just poking his head around. And again, I have to think that has a lot to do with what Greg Bohannon, his roommate, told him, because yesterday his roommate jumped from 6 pounds the first day all the way up to 34th place, getting a $10,000 check for 13, almost 14 pounds. I think he said, Mark, dude, I went shallow and it was windy, and I caught him to the tune of almost 14 pounds. And Mark Rose referenced that this morning. I'm going to do what my roommate told me. I'm going to go give a little bit of look to the shallow bite and keep it honest.
And it's no mystery. There have been bedfish weighed in this tournament. So there have been some fish coming to the scale. So all these guys know there are bedfish in this lake. And it's in the back of their minds, is today the day that a wave moves up? Am I going to be able to find a big old Betty sitting up on a bed that's going to catapult me right up into the lead here?
I got cut over to me. I'm like sitting there. We're sitting back watching like this. We're like, this is exactly what Clark talked about. I got my arms crossed. I'm watching the monitor. I'm like, oh, look at this. Hey, I'm on camera. It's live. And that is the key, is the bedfish. Clark referenced this. Bedfish come in waves. They start at the very beginning of the season. Lake Travis, February, we can have bedfish. They'll go February to March, April. Out west, I've had bedfish on Lake Mead from March to June, because they come in wave after wave after wave. It would be a very negative experience for the species if they all spawned at the same time and you had this traumatic water drop. I mean, just to ensure the lifespan of the species. And the bedfish do spawn in wave after wave after wave after wave. And fishermen don't seem to always, oh, it's over or it hasn't started yet. Oh, it's over, they're not spawning yet, or they're already done. That's not true. Yep. There's been a lot of money made by a lot of anglers that have said, you know what? It hasn't just started, and it's not just over. It's going on and on and on and on. A lot of guys get off the bank and they go out and they fish deep thinking it hasn't happened yet. But to your point, it's been happening now, and it'll be happening 3 or 4 months from now. Yep. That is spawning. That is bed fishing. So if you take anything from this tournament, don't give up on the idea that it's already happened, because there are some bedfish out there, and there's also some fish that won't spawn until March, April, even May.
Yep. And that's what they're keeping them honest right now. These guys, they're moving up. You look at the lake right here. Look at all these tiny little coves throughout the lake.
It's a small lake in that it's narrow. It doesn't have a big basin to it. And by a windy lake like this, it warms up faster. It doesn't have that big, massive basin that stays nice and cold. And so when you have a narrow lake like this, and you have all these little pockets you're talking about, these marinas, you can see all those docks, those marinas, and all those little corners and nooks and crannies, this lake's gonna warm up pretty quick. Even if there's current rolling through there, it's gonna warm up quick. So the fish are gonna be prone to getting up early and spawning, because they have so many places to get out of the wind. Even if it's blowing, they can get into any of these little nooks and crannies, and they can spawn and be in a warm place. So it is a warm lake. It's come up very fast. I think Clark said it was down 50, 60 feet. Now it's just rich with foliage, and so the foliage is up. They're saying it's like a needle in a haystack. To find these fish now, you have so much new growth, so much trees, and algae bloom is going on. So now the fish are just spread out everywhere, and these guys are having to drag today. They're really having to drag that bait through all that stuff and try to connect on, well, right now, the 14-inch fish, just to make the limit, the 14-inch, 15-inch fish, and pray for that kicker. And that is the omni-important fish of this whole thing, is that kicker. Yep. Anything you don't have to measure right now, today on Travis, is a kicker. If you just take it straight to the box and throw it in the box, you're pretty happy.
Yep.
And you're really happy on the fact that you've put a 3, a 4, a 5, whatever it might be, even a 2.5 in the well.
Yep, and actually, Dylan Hayes, our rookie who didn't do that great at Guntersville, poor finish, is now doing excellent. And really, the story behind what he's doing right now is that he has maintained a great limit all through the tournament. He hasn't had those kickers. He's around quality fish. So this guy in the mornings is catching his limits, and then he gets to go swing. He gets to go search out for those big fish, and he hasn't connected on that big fish yet. And when it happens, it's going to be a good day for Hayes. And that's what you got to keep an eye on him, because at any moment it could happen. And he's catching the fish to move him on to day 4. So it might not even happen today, but sooner or later, he's going to connect on that big fish, and big things are going to happen for Hayes.
You know, looking at the standings, he is the single most dangerous guy in this tournament, because he had 14-15 the first day, 13-7 the second day. You know, he's out there again today with a good sack. We're at 2.5s and 3s the whole way through, another 13 pounds. Dylan Hayes is the guy that if I'm in the tournament, I'm like, how is this guy just catching that average each day? You know, 11 pounds a day gets you into today. 11 pounds a day, 13, 14 pounds a day puts him in a great place going into today, which is right there. He's in 7th going in today, but he wrecked him early. He caught him fast. And by catching him fast and catching quality fish fast, I can't wait to see what he's doing tomorrow, because Dylan Hayes has to be a guy that's like, he's on to something very good on Travis.
Consistency. Yes, he is definitely the most consistent angler right now.
He's unlocked it.
Yep,
right
yep,
now.
absolutely, absolutely. And so I really hope that he actually makes top 5 for tomorrow, because I would love to watch him live on the water.
Highlights from today, Travis, as we go to break right here. These are things that happened before and after we got on camera.
Yes.
We went on at 8:30 and things started really quick for a lot of these guys. So these are all highlights as we go to the break.
Hey, that's a Guadalupe bass. He might be a keeper.
Stay tuned for the last hour of us doing this.
1 hour countdown. I'm predicting it's going to be some exciting action too, Byron. I can't wait.
Well, if we see a couple more fish like this one right here, if we see a couple more of these get caught, these are the game changers when they hook fish like this. And we've seen this a few times already, but this started off early in the morning. Who in our field of 20 will be able to catch fish like this in the last 2 to 3 hours to really seal the deal and sign their ticket into tomorrow's Top 10 Championship Sunday. What a fish that is.
Oh, that gets me excited every time, man. That is a fat fish.
And yesterday, this same guy right here caught an 8.6. You see that smile? That's following up an 8.6 from yesterday. Clark's got to be pumped.
Bill said the jacket was fine. Phoenix rods on both.
most versatile fishing machine on Earth. Unparalleled resolution and clarity, with more agility, lightning speed, and brute strength. HDS Carbon takes rapid response performance and screen technology to an all-new level. Maximized power, maximized visibility. See Structure Scan 3D, new dual chirp sonar, new live network sonar, and more mapping options, all at the same time and faster than ever before. Arm yourself.
Launching a Ranger aluminum boat that's cut full of holes may sound a little crazy, but with so much closed-sail foam inside, it's easy to see the added safety and stability. It's a huge confidence booster, especially with so much quality inside, along with Evinrude E-Tech's unrivaled performance and 300 hours with no dealer scheduled maintenance. Ranger aluminum is built to excel and priced to be yours.
Power your Ranger with Evinrude E-Tech.
There are easier ways to become a better angler. Join FLW today and take your fishing to the next level. Get the magazine, get on the water. Visit FLWfishing.com/membership to find out more.
Today, I will work harder than I did yesterday. I will contribute to this country and its greatness. I will remember that work isn't everything, but whatever work I do, I will give everything.
Here's to the dream you set long ago. You never stopped working hard to get there, and that's why we won't either.
What is this meeting about again?
Fishing. Took my boat, boom, jumped over it, and I caught a giant. It was like a whale.
29 pounds, baby!
That's the last time I danced on stage.
Chief Fishing Officer.
How do I get that job?
I don't know. Go to teamgtfishing.com to find out more about my real job.
Hey guys, welcome back to our FLW Tour live coverage on Lake Travis. And we're with our hometown boy right here, Clark Windlet.
11:26 in the morning, and right now Clark is really got to feel good about the fact he caught two good fish early, really good fish early. He's got his limit.
Made a little bit of move. I'm just a steep bank, you know, where they're going to go when they spawn, or at least that's my vision anyway.
Technical difficulties plaguing everybody with regards to coverage right now.
But you can see right there, he is shallow, Byron. He has made the adjustment. He has moved shallow, and he's looking like he just said, where they're going to be going to spawn.
You know, he's got to be looking for yet another good quality fish. He's got some good fish in the well, but he's also got a couple fish he'd really like to get rid of. And now to Brian Thrift. Cutting over to Brian Thrift real quick, and the camera guy's actually going to help us get real close to him.
Oh, have a seat. Oh, looks like they're about to make a move.
And they're making a move, exactly. So it is running gun time. Everybody's making these moves now. They all talked about it.
We talked about we get to that noon time. We're approaching 12 o'clock. It's decision time. You've got to make changes, and every angler's moving around right now and making those adjustments.
And they all alluded to the fact they would be, too. They said, you know, when it gets warm and the sun gets up, we're going to start bouncing around.
I got this perfect spot, and I got to make the perfect cast. They're just, you know, they're there because you go a little farther down a bank, or you know, I mean, you just can't predict when they're going to bite. And so, but it's hard to just go fishing and not fish the places that you know you can get a bite. And so that's what every bass fisherman everywhere struggles with all the time. It's like an internal struggle, just goes on and on. And, you know, that struggle, sometimes we win the struggle and, you know, go fish new places, and sometimes we just can't help ourselves, just go back to old ones. But a lot of times that dictates who wins the tournament.
right now in Clark Windlet's Head, which is a great place to be as an angler. If you're watching this, wanting to learn from the best of the best, we're talking about a guy right now who is currently in unofficially 3rd place, possibly more because of the size fish he has, and he's breaking it down. He's making, moves and making adjustments based on this weather. He's talked about the lack of wind. He's talked about how he's either going to need to go in shallow and flip or sit out there and drag. It's a great lesson for everybody that's wanting to learn about catching more fish in these kind of conditions where the wind just doesn't blow. And you have a pre-spawn, fish are starting to move up. And there's migratory points out there that you can sit on. There's places you can be where the fish are staging, but then you can keep that shallow bite honest. And we're seeing every angler, Mark Rose, Thrift, and now Clark right here on point, keeping those shallow fish honest and looking at these areas where they should be spawning or setting up to spawn. We are 1 hour left of FLW Live on day 3. And like Clark said, he almost wishes he was here with us.
Yep.
Sitting here enjoying the show. Because it is something for the viewers to be able to see this live and watch an angler like Clark telling you what he's thinking as the moment progresses. Switching over right now.
We haven't seen this guy in a while, Lawyer.
Jeremy Lawyer.
And it's looking like he's moved a little shallow as well. He was fishing docks for a majority of this entire tournament, but now fishing something a little bit different. We've got Lawyer currently sitting in 7th place right now on the unofficial leaderboard. 3 fish, nothing real big. His biggest fish he's got reported about 2 pounds. So he's got to make some adjustments if he wants to stay in that top 10.
Lawyer had a huge day yesterday. This guy right here had almost 20 pounds yesterday. Coming off of 12 pounds the first day, people were really talking to him a lot last night, and he was very cagey about what he did. He said, I'm going to fish the way I fish back home, and early spring, I got a way of fishing that I'm going to do. And he said he wouldn't talk about it too much because it was too easy to duplicate. Well, we found out that was boat docks. We found out real quickly what that was because, yes, boat docks are easy to duplicate. If you mention the word boat docks on day 2, going into day 3, you're telling 20 guys that you caught 20 pounds off of boat docks.
Yep.
And so instead of that, when I came into the studio this morning and I was reading the pre-interview stuff, I wanted to see what this guy was doing because he baited it so well, Travis. He said, man, what I'm doing is easy to duplicate. It's the way I love to fish this time of year. It's key, and 20 pounds came off it yesterday, so I'll be sure to be doing it again today. And he's broke away from that now. Now he's opted to get away from those boat docks, and he is, to your point, Travis, just fishing shallow.
Keeping him honest. He's looking to see if anything moved up and that he can't reconnect.
Hey, what? Well, I really don't know why I left the docks other than the fact that I didn't get any more bites, and I beat it up pretty bad yesterday and didn't get any more bites after the initial morning until late in the afternoon, and so we're gonna go back to that one, but we fished 2 other docks and did have a bite. We're gonna go back and do some more of that, but it's 90 degrees or I don't know what it is, 80 something today. And them fish have got to be wanting to move up like this, and I know they've been beat up pretty bad, but when you're not getting any bites, feel like you got to change it up a little bit, but we're not going to waste too much time doing it. But the wind's blowing on this little point, and it's a big secondary flat, and I got a couple bites one day in practice off of it when the wind was blowing on it, and one of them was a decent fish, so I just thought I'd hit it before I went by. I really don't want to leave any stone unturned. Sometimes you get tunnel vision, and next thing you know, you're behind the 8 ball again. But, yesterday I tried to do that dock deal all day long. I mean, I did. And I just never duplicated it. So, I'm just trying to mix it up, get a bite, do something to kind of get things back going or something.
Travis, have you ever noticed There's certain anglers that say we instead of me or I. We're going to go here. We're going to go there. Well, we're going to go back to that dock. Well, who's we, dude? You're there by yourself. I mean, this guy, and I love that. I see certain guys like, well, we had a good out there today, or we just didn't get on them today. Well, we had a good out there. Dude, you were out there by yourself unless there's a mouse in your pocket.
Yes.
If you got a mouse in your pocket, then it's the we. But I get a kick out of seeing guys go, we, and I'm like, we're in it with you now because we're live. We are in the boat now. There is a we because you and me and the collective group of people watching on FLW Live are with Jeremy today as we get to go back to his boat docks for him. But he mentioned we, and I'm like, listen to us. We're all going with him.
Yes.
He's taking us for a boat ride.
And he's doing a good job breaking it down. I feel like it's us on the boat. I'm rooting for him right now.
Let's hope we don't have a bad day with him today. I don't want to get him on stage and say, well, we didn't get on him today like we should have. Like, darn it.
Yes.
Maybe we should have told him where to go.
We got him. That's what we need to hear.
It's easy to sit here in a studio and be that armchair quarterback that's no, Travis, pick up a swim bait. Hit that point over there. Do the dock. Oh, never mind.
Yes. Oh, man, he flipped that fish all the way into the boat.
Boat flipped it.
That fish has no idea what just happened.
No, that was a stun. He was abducted by an alien real quick. He was took up out of the water. That was an alien abduction as far as that fish is concerned. He's right back home telling his friends about it.
Oh. This is a great angle, too, right there. We get to see everything he's flipping.
A little bit of a breeze on the water. That can only help the afternoon bite right there. Even that little ripple is better than that flat that we saw earlier.
Yeah.
And that can alone set a fish off or two to bite and create a much better day for a guy rather than just, if he was fishing that and you didn't have anything but a dead, flat, zero ripple deal. But again, it's Texas, and the wind loves to blow in Texas. It loves to blow in Texas. I mean, Lake Amistad, it's rare that you ever see a day that it's dead flat, but boy, when it is, it's a tough lake. It's a much tougher lake to fish, and I'm sure Travis fishes the same way. Just look at all that foliage in the water, all that new growth. Guys are talking about that growth being all the way out to 30 foot of water, 40 foot of water of new growth when the lake was 50, 60 feet down. There's just so much stuff for these fish to be hiding in. Beautiful stuff, too. I mean, beautiful foliage, and it's going to be an incredible spawn and a high concentration of fish. Most anglers are talking about catching, 20, 30, 40 fish a day. Obviously not all keepers in that 14-inch size limit, but just a lot of fish to be caught at Travis right now.
If you guys watching live are trying to learn some stuff, look at how these anglers have all moved at the exact same time. All of them fishing deep, all of them fishing those little secondary points, those little transition areas that are in the mouths of these creeks and stuff. And now every one of them that we can see has moved to the back into these spawning areas that are now trying to catch these shallow fish. So, obviously that warm weather, that's telling every one of these anglers know that there's eventually going to be fish going shallow, and they don't want to miss it if it does happen.
And if you're anywhere in the area and you want to see an incredible expo and weigh-in, get down to Jones Brothers Park, right there at Lake Travis. If you're watching this and you're in Jones Brothers Park or anywhere around Lake Travis, you Google it and say, hey, I'm only 30, 40 minutes away. Get down to Jones Brothers Park and check out the weigh-in today or even blast off tomorrow. I mean, Clark Wendlandt, hometown favorite, I'm sure he's going to have an entourage tomorrow. Just a large group of people that are going to be down there rooting on Clark Wendlandt. Because he right now is poised to be in that top 10. Tomorrow, blast off 7 a.m. at Jones Brothers Park. And at that blast off, you're going to see the top 10 guys that you're seeing right now. The top 10 guys are going to be out there competing for $100 and how much is it? $25,000?
Yes, it's a big paycheck.
$125. And you're going to be able to say, hey, I watched you yesterday on FLW Live. I want to see that bait you were throwing. I want to see that swim bait you were throwing or that jig you were throwing. You'll probably see a lot of Carolina rigs tied on, I imagine. But Jones Brothers Park, tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. is blast off for top 10 guys. And today, the weigh-in of the top 20. There's a lot of people that, if you're looking for something to take the kids to do, check out the expo. Weigh-in today starts at 4 o'clock, I believe.
Yep. But the action, as soon as we go off the air at 12:30, that's when they're going to have the expo going. So get in the car. If you're anywhere in the area, head over there. It's a beautiful day. You're going to get to hang out, have some fun activities, and then get to see these guys and see what they end up with. But some other stuff going on by. We're getting a lot of chatter on social media right now. Some cool little comments coming in. You mentioned the PodTech followers. You know, we mentioned for them to get a little more active on social media. And Kimberly Harbert she's cheering him on Facebook through a shout out there. And then Brian Robinson, Vikings defensive end, said kudos. I like that.
Check it out, buzzbait. Look at this. This is awesome. I mean,
yes.
that water's warming up, and we've seen guys drag, and now you got a little ripple on the water, and if it doesn't feel good to throw a buzzbait right now, hashtag FLW Live, you got to see. If anybody wants to reach out to us, anybody wants to send us a comment, go to that new technology hashtag stuff that, again, I will plead ignorance on, but all you guys know exactly what a pound sign plus FLW means to anybody. But buzzbait, I mean, this morning there was a boat sitting in 120 foot of water. Now you got a guy throwing a buzzbait. And what better conditions to do that, guys? The sun's up. It's in the afternoon. You know, guys would be throwing frogs out there right now. A frog would be good. A buzzbait would be good. You got that ripple on the water. This is the time, and these are the conditions where, and it's true to what he's doing. If something feels right, it's covering that flat with a buzzbait just to see if one comes up and blasts it. Even though it's pre-spawn, water's 60 degrees. You got to figure that upper water column right now is warming up very quickly. And those fish want to get warm. They can get in that upper water column and really get comfortable.
Oh, here we go. Here's a guy we haven't seen from, or he was fishing shallow last time we were with him, Mark Rose. And right now we have him in 5th place unofficially.
Mark Ninja Rose. Now he has gone full ninja on us. The sun's come out. He is going to protect himself from the UV, and now he is gloves and buff and Ninja Rose.
Day and night difference from Gunnersville just a few weeks ago.
Yes.
These guys were bundled up trying to stay
Camouflage
warm.
camo, remember that?
Yes,
Camouflage camo we were seeing. We were having to identify them through their camera guys. We're like, what are we looking at? They were snowmen on the bow.
Yep.
We had snowmen fishing a tournament.
Now they're trying to give sun protection. So it's a total different fishery, but Mark Rose is still doing well on it.
I think he just said we're leaving.
Oh, here we go, making the moves.
That boat got too close right there. Adios. We are less than an hour left of FLW Live before we are going to sign off and let this thing take its day 3 course towards the weigh-in at 4 o'clock.
Yep. And Mark, he's only got 4 fish. He's still looking for that 5th one. And you know, we've seen this before, though.
Deja vu, baby.
He's a dangerous man when he's looking for that 5th fish later in the day.
Deja vu.
What's going through his mind right now? Look at that. He's making decisions that are going to affect what happens on stage in just a little bit. The one on the left looks like it's not straight. I don't know if anyone wants to tell him that one rod on the left-hand side, maybe he's out of place.
And unofficially, he also has 4 looking for his 5th fish. It's a much tougher day. And the limits dropped off pretty quickly from day 1 to day 2. You know, day 1, almost half the field, actually more than half the field, actually caught a limit. Day 2, there was only 60 limits caught out of 160 guys. 100 guys did not have limits. Over 100 guys did not have limits on day 2. Just shows you how, with that 14-inch size limit on this lake, big fish are bars of gold. Obviously, we keep talking about those kickers, lightning striking, catching that one fish in the middle of a relatively city-type lake. But
alrighty,
he needs number 5, and he needs it now.
Well, the update I've got is not very good. I've got 4 keepers. I think I'm done with the deep bite. I've been doing that most of the day, and I've caught 4 keepers, and it's hot, and it's sunny, and there's no wind, so I think I'm gonna fish shallow for a little while and see if some big ones moved up shallow. I think that's gonna be the plan anyway.
Right now, you're in Brian Thoreau's head, and a lot of guys would ask yourselves, why not? If you caught 4 fish out deep, and it's calm, and it's sunny, these guys, these pros, you know, they just throw it all away and say, I'm going to go fish shallow. Then it's the confidence to do it that's always amazing. It's the confidence to say, I caught 4 deep, and I'm done fishing deep.
Yep.
And I need a 5th fish. Yeah, how many guys would say, I'll fish deep till I catch my fifth fish, then go fish shallow? But no, that extra 1 pound fish doesn't make a real difference when you need a kicker. So he's got 4. He wants a kicker. You leave the small fish that are out deep, your 1s and your 2s, and you say, if I'm gonna win this thing, I'm gonna let my fifth fish actually count. I don't wanna call a 1 for a 125 and spend another hour out there, you follow me?
Yep, yep.
And that's where you love the mindset to learn from these guys and say, you got 4, it's almost 12 o'clock. A kicker goes a huge way, and catching another 1 pounder, why would I spend the time out there? It's just not happening that fast for them.
Yep, and that's what you see with these experienced anglers. I know Thrift with a couple $1 million in prize money from just the FLW, and he's confident. He said, I think I'm done with the deep bite for the day. Not gonna try it. You know, where a younger angler might want that cushion, might want that fifth fish to complete his limit, take a little pressure off. Nope, he's done. He needs one more fish, and he needs actually a couple big fish, really, and so he's gonna go shallow, and he's got the confidence that those fish are eventually gonna be up there, and he's gonna get them.
If you've caught 4 deep, you know, it's tough to say I'm just done with it, you know, but at the same time, you know, it's probably a futile point to keep fishing for 1 pounders deep. And look right behind him out there. It shows you how nice the weather is. We got guys out there that are either sitting in the water or floating in the water. But we got people out there, looks like people, yeah, they're fishing.
Oh, they're
in tubes.
fishing.
Yeah, they're fishing in tubes or fishing. It's water's 60 degrees, so they might have waders on, but getting real busy out there at Lake Travis. Beautiful day. Lots of cars, lots of people probably coming out to enjoy the weather on a Saturday. If you're anywhere in the area and you happen to be watching us and you want to see something really cool, head over to Jones Brothers Park and check out this weigh-in today and check out the expo as well. Bring your kids, because I can't stress enough how much the expo is really just an incredible experience for kids. They have so much family-friendly, fun things to do there.
Love this angle with all these campers and everything, and Griff's just slowly making his way through. Don't mind me, I'm just fishing for $100,000 here. Here we go. We get a good look at everybody out there right now.
Tells you how nice the weather is. Tells you what kind of a day they're having out there at Lake Travis. Weigh-in should be just huge. It would just be packed with people. These are the kind of days you really want to take your family out to a weigh-in, just to see the top pros weigh in their fish, get a chance to look at their boats and see what they have tied on and meet them, and nicest guys in the world, best group of pros to kind of hang out with your fan base and walk the docks visiting with them.
And we've currently got Thrift in 4th place, and he's got just about 40 pounds, 40 and a half, and we always know Thrift is notorious for saying he's got some smaller fish. So I would bet all the money in my wallet right now that he has more than that.
Oh, absolutely.
But if you go all the way up to 1st with Patek, he's got 42 and some change. And we know that he's actually said he's got one that's about 4 pounds, and we don't even have him down for a 4-pounder. So really the top 4 guys could all have about the same. These final minutes, we're gonna see who's gonna actually jump up and get to end the day on top. But right now, there are 4 guys that are virtually tied for that top spot.
And let's not forget, yesterday Clark Wendlandt pulled an 8.6 yesterday, an 8.6, which just blows everybody out the doors. I mean, these guys, that 1 6, 7, 8 pound fish that, you know, this guy right here that we're looking at had 2 6s the first day. Separate parts of the day, separate areas completely, separate baits, everything. Started off the morning with a 6+, caught another 6+ at the end of the day. To give him a 24-pound bag first day. And he said he was expecting a 9 or 10 pound bag, which is exactly the way Travis is fishing. You can expect a 9 or 10 pound bag, you know, 9 or 10 pound day, catch a limit of 14 inchers. And then off to our left here, we have, there you go, Patek.
Yep, Patek. He's fishing those little sticks you see sticking up right there. Those are connected to some brush down there, a tree, and he's working that pretty hard. But once again, just another angler that's moved shallow. With this many guys moving shallow, because we haven't seen too many fish catches shallow yet either, but with this many guys moving shallow, something's about to happen. They know something, and something is about to go down.
Well, they all talked about it. You know, they all alluded to the fact, and they're all keeping their word. All of them are saying, you know, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. It's going to be time to get off that deep and go to that shallow. Even Mark Rose, king of the deep, whose boat was sitting in 120 feet of water at one point down by the dam, he's over there right now, you know, scratching his skag on his lower unit, trimmed up, you know, so he doesn't hit his lower unit on the rocks, coming off of 120 foot of water earlier today down by the dam. Not fishing 120, he's just putting his boat position and casting up on top of a pretty extreme ledge. Noteworthy point, that spot we saw Mark Rose on this morning, Scott Martin in 2007 caught the biggest fish of the 2007 season on a football jig, same time of year, caught a, what was it, like an 812 or something like that?
Yes.
Scott Martin caught an 812, was the biggest fish of the season for FLW in 2007, last time they were there, fishing a football jig in that same area over by the dam where we saw Mark Rose this morning throwing that swim bait.
Which proves the potential this lake has. At any moment,
there's the big ones.
It can burp up a big old.
My swim bait buddies tell me stories. They tell me stories of the giants that live in this lake.
That was a stick. A good feeling stick. But a stick nonetheless. Hit it?
Yeah, I think it was a small one, but
well, let's get out of here.
Oh, we've got Thrift making a move here. Patek changing up some baits. I think this is going to be a time we're going to watch some catches from earlier today, and also then take a short break.
Brian Thrift right here earlier today, catching a quality fish to start the day. This was some of the stuff. Good fish.
Yeah, this was the beginning of him fishing shallow. This is when he made the commitment to go. He was fishing that deeper stuff, started fishing shallow, and this is why he's really sticking with it.
Not the biggest fish in his well, because he's got a couple good ones.
He's got a little Texas rig.
You know what? Right now, you hear that? The joy of catching a 14-inch bass and putting one in the well. Clark Wendlet. For action from this morning, you can see that sun just starting to come up.
This was a good spot he was on. There we go. I mean, that's going to be a good fish.
And there's a guy coming off of a high catching an 8-pounder the day before. Biggest fish of the tournament. And they get out there this morning with that sun rising up and start like this. You got to feel as though this might be your event. This might be your time right here. And to see something like that, you're like, man, I caught the biggest fish of the tournament yesterday. Now the sun's coming up, and take a look at that. Good times when you got that kind of a pull going on.
Yes.
And you're not going to be having, once you get the net out, you'll probably put the measuring board away. Get the net out and
oh,
yeah.
Always nice to start the morning with a big fish like that.
That's the kind of fish that, yeah.
Yes, fist
up.
pump that, dude. Oh, absolutely.
8-6 yesterday, this fish today. One of those mean dudes with only one eye. Mark Rose sitting on his spot. Boat was sitting in up to 120 foot of water. And well, I'll tell you what, Mark has himself a spot here and some fish off of this place. These guys were all caught good fish early.
Great
It was an
fish.
exciting morning, day 3, Travis at the FLW.
Great fish. Well, we'll leave you guys with a couple more fish catches, and we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to drive this thing home. That last little bit of the live, we're going to go till 12:30, and then everybody needs to head over to the FLW Expo. See you in a few.
Today, I will work harder than I did yesterday. I will contribute to this country and its greatness. I will remember that work isn't everything, but whatever work I do, I will give everything.
Here's to the dream you set long ago. You never stopped working hard to get there, and that's why we won't either.
Launching a Ranger aluminum boat that's cut full of holes may sound a little crazy, but with so much closed-cell foam inside, it's easy to see the added safety and stability. It's a huge confidence booster, especially with so much quality inside, along with Evernew E-Tech's unrivaled performance and 300 hours with no dealer scheduled maintenance. Ranger aluminum is built to excel and priced to be yours.
Power your Ranger with Evernew E-Tech.
What is this meeting about again?
Fishing. Took my boat, boom, jumped over it, and I caught a giant. It was like a whale.
29 pounds, baby!
That's the last time I danced on stage.
Chief Fishing Officer.
How do I get that job?
I don't know. Go to teamgtfishing.com to find out more about my real job.
The most versatile fishing machine on Earth. Unparalleled resolution and clarity, with more agility, lightning speed, and brute strength. HDS Carbon takes rapid response performance and screen technology to an all-new level. Maximized power, maximized visibility. See Structure Scan 3D, new dual chirp sonar, new live network sonar, and more mapping options, all at the same time and faster than ever before. Arm yourself.
There are easier ways to become a better angler. Join FLW today and take your fishing to the next level. Get the magazine, get on the water. Visit FLWfishing.com/membership to find out more.
Welcome back, everyone. Grab another bag of potato chips.
Yeah, right.
Because we got 30 minutes left of FLW live coverage. Lake Travis. Stop number 2.
Grab another bag of raw almonds if you're a health nut. Come on now, dried cranberries, but not potato
Underwater
chips.
trees. Can't really see them. They don't stick out above the surface, but
right now we're watching
practice doing it, so figured I'd try it.
Podtech doing something a little bit different right here. He's actually fishing a different style than he's been doing. Flipping a creature bait into some of those.
Yeah, when I first pulled in, I pulled on the corner just over there and caught some fish, but it's gotten slower since then, so I'm trying to stay in the area because I know there's fish here, but I'm trying to let that rest, and got a couple more spots pretty close by that I can flip and throw the swim bait while I let that reload, hopefully.
You know, today has been a decidedly different day for every one of these anglers from what we've seen.
This is just a flat with a bunch of trees, and then it goes into a point.
Every day we've seen some 17-pound bags, 18, 19-pound bags, even a bag over 20 each day. Nothing like that shaping up so far today, but we still got a lot of time before the weigh-in. Right now we're looking at more of these guys still struggling, you know, going into the 12 o'clock hour, looking for that limit. And you ask yourself, Travis, is it the lack of wind? You know, is it that lack of that breeze that they had where they got this flat water? You see that water right there, that's jet skiing water, that's not fishing water, unless you're sight fishing. That's sight fishing water, but you ask yourself, is it just this lack of wind that's really turning fish off? Or again, and there's a phenomenon in these city lakes that I've noticed in my years of fishing, that Saturdays are always tougher. And the reason Saturdays are tougher, these fish are conditioned to really shut down on Saturdays because that's when most of the tournaments are. You know, Lake Mead's famous for this, and you know, you fish Lake Mead yourself. You know, these fish get pounded on the weekends, Saturday and especially, you know, more Saturday than Sunday. But I've had great practices on lakes, city lakes, Thursdays, Fridays, Wednesdays, Tuesdays. But if a fish is used to getting caught every single week on a Saturday, you know, it's always been my belief that come Saturday, these fish really tighten up.
They get conditioned.
You would know on a 7-day cycle, if you live your whole life in that lake, on a 7-day cycle.
Not during the tournament. In practice, I had a few good bites.
You know, these fish could shut down on Saturdays. I've seen lakes that I'm very familiar with that Saturdays are the worst days to fish, just because of the sheer amount of boats and the sheer amount of pressure they get on a Saturday. fish go, I'm going to eat well Monday through Friday.
Yep. Yep.
The weekend, I'm going to take off because every time I eat, I get jerked out of the water.
Yeah.
Like we saw, boat flipped.
Yes, yes. One minute I'm taking a bite of something, next minute I'm sitting in a boat.
Dude, if every 7 days I ate a pizza and I got abducted by an alien, I promise you I'd stop eating pizzas on that 7th day. I could eat pizzas every day except for Saturday. And then Saturday, all of a sudden, I got jerked up into a spaceship. They measured me, they weighed me, took a picture of me, and threw me back down to Earth. Next Saturday, I think I'd avoid pizza.
You're talking about my dream come true right now, eating a pizza every 7 days, Byron. I'm loving that. You're making me want to go order a pizza.
I'm trying to go with the alien abduction. It's not working so good, but that's what happens when the guys go fishing.
All right, let's send some positive vibes over to PodTech, man. We got a lot of people posting some stuff about PodTech. We've got hashtag Team PodTech is running around line right now.
We lit them up, didn't we?
Yes, yes. So
we said, is there anybody out there watching this guy? And boy, I'll tell you what, they did.
Yeah, shout out to everybody rooting for Steve right now. Send him some positive vibes, dude. He needs it. He needs to cap off his limit right now. This would be a perfect time for him to do it on FLW Live.
Yeah, that fifth fish right now, that'd be a big push for him because he is, the two guys directly behind him unofficially both have their limits. So he's got that window open right now that he needs to close because second place and third place, Dylan and Clark both have unofficially a limit, and yet still PodTech unofficially is in the lead. And that buffer, that 14-inch plus fish is his to put him in that extra little cushion going into the final day tomorrow, FLW Tour, Lake at Travis.
Of course, he doesn't know right now he's sitting in first. He's actually sitting good. This is perfect. Right now, he's thinking, "Oh, I only have 4 fish. I got to make sure I execute. I don't want to leave. I don't want to leave anything open." You know, for all he knows, he's moved way down.
Yeah, he thinks he's fishing to stay in the top 10.
Yep.
Not knowing it's been tough for everybody else, Travis. He's thinking, if I don't catch my 5th fish, I'm not going to fish tomorrow. Now, everybody that's hashtagging you, Team PodTech, they are like, our boy's crushing them.
Yep, yep. And you know, all you PodTech, Team PodTech, pack your bags. I'm thinking he's making a final day here. He's looking pretty good for that.
For sure.
So pack your bags and be ready to be at the lake and cheer him on as well.
I think Clark Winlet's posse, since it's not a very far drive from Leander down there. I think the Leander, Texas Mafia might have to come down and check out Winlet tomorrow.
Yeah, we have some Texans. We definitely have some Texans in this top 20 still.
I think they should bus everybody from Leander over there just to get everybody from Winlet country to head over there to the Wayne tomorrow because Clark has got a big smile on his face. An 8.5 yesterday, a couple studs this morning.
Yeah.
Oh.
They haven't been in it. They've been on the edges of it.
I must have grew out here during the drought.
I'm gonna go flip some of those bushes over there too now.
Okay.
We're gonna get on the big motor.
Hey, can you give a shout out to your fans, everybody watching?
Hey guys, thanks for tuning in. Hopefully I can make you guys proud. Need to get 5th fish in the boat and hopefully do some upgrading.
You old school guys all go with the camera up on your shoulder. You know Kevin Gieske?
Clark Lewin doesn't know that
Giesche's
he's
camera's
live.
like twice the size of yours. It's like a gigantic old thing. He just loves it. He hates the little ones.
He's great at the commentating. If he doesn't make a cut in one of these tournaments, he's got to come join us in the studio, hang out.
He's just chatting up the camera guy about other camera guys. He's just talking about all the production elements that he's.
Right now, they fish. I've been out all the time. I'm just running to see if I can get a ball shallow. You can catch.
Nah, he's throwing out good stuff, and we're trapped right now. Right now, we're hearing from Clark Winlet. We want to hear what he's saying because he's putting on a little clinic for us. We're losing him.
And for cameramen everywhere, they're getting love right now from him, getting some shout outs, and we're having the technical
Technology is
difficulties.
tough. Yes, technological difficulties right this minute.
Go fence line.
What we have alongside us here is.
Do that. We just don't have time.
Get a little help from the shoreline.
Thanks for the offer. Sound pretty good. Okay, thank you.
Some Southern hospitality there. Awful friendly down at Lake Travis.
And over off to the left, we see Patek fishing the hardwood right now, flipping just those hard, independent, isolated pieces of wood.
Yeah.
Fence line, everybody's starting to fish those shallow areas now. It's really wild to see all the guys doing just exactly what they said. A little bit of a breeze where Clark's at, healthy little breeze. A little bit different lake where Patek's at.
Food, so that's pretty tough to pass that one up.
We missed what those guys offered. What did they see? Did he say they offered him some food?
Yeah, food? I'll head down there. What are you doing tonight?
Tell him a good place to go to barbecue?
Did he say pizza?
I know what you're having for lunch.
Gosh, you just know. I mean, we have about 20 more minutes left of coverage here, but once we leave, these anglers still have another 3 hours before they check in. And as we go down to these final minutes of live coverage, you can just feel the tension. All these guys, they have totally changed what they're doing, but they have committed. They know this is going to happen. It's just a matter of time. And once we go off the air, I won't be surprised once we tune into that live weigh-in, the FLW weigh-in, we're going to see some different weights. We'll see some lead changes. We'll see some different things that have happened, and a new story will kind of be told as we head into day 4.
Fence line produced a bite there of some kind. Small or big. Clark just loaded up on one and took a shot at one.
Missed one right there.
Oh.
Missed him again. Got half my bait.
Really
Probably on a bed, that's why.
For me, at least.
You know, it could be a little one, but
Hard not to check them,
it could also be one sitting on a bed.
I don't know what he's using. Is that one of the Strike
Throwing a
King
pretty cool
Rage
bait
Claws?
right
Is
here.
that what he's
Strike
doing?
King Rage Menace. It's just small and compact, and on Travis, I like something small. Just a little bait, tails just flap. You got to separate it, but You can catch them on that bait.
All right, I'm gonna go order some of those online tonight.
See if he'll bite again.
Key thing here is that he's not in a rush, but he suspects that might be a bedfish because he threw in there twice, got hit both times. This time of year, when you throw in, you get bit and miss. He even counted. I saw him turn around and count the poles to make sure he knew exactly which pole to be casting to. He was going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So he cast back to that pole because that could be a bedfish in that area right there. So he's going to take several more casts to it. Blind casting for bedfish.
Oh!
A little bitty one.
But it set up shop on that pole, and he knew about it.
That was great. I mean, this is what separates these guys. He knows what these fish are doing. He got
But you
bit
just never
twice.
know. That's why you keep throwing.
These guys know these fish are looking to set up on cover. They're looking to set up, somewhere they're going to bed, and he gets bit on a cast, sends back again, gets bit again, puts on the new bait, throws a third cast, finally hooks him. Just waiting for Potek to lean into it. I think any second he's about to hook a big one.
15 minutes left of our programming right here. Now we're down to the last 15 minutes. And right now, we're looking at 2 of the guys that are squarely in the top 5.
And things definitely heating up for Clark right now.
You got your unofficial leader off to the left, and Clark Winlet right there in 3rd place behind him.
There's thousands, billions of those bass in this lake right now.
Billions. 1 billion.
But the cool thing about it is when you're fishing, you get a lot of bites.
It's always nice to feel something tugging. Even when it's slow, sometimes small fish keep you in the game.
Oh, yeah. That keeps you more alert because you're constantly getting bit. It's not different when I'm getting 8 bites a day. 6, 8 bites a day, that's a war of attrition. The mental toughness to endure a 6 bite a day tournament.
All right, let's go. We're off.
Well,
Mark's making a move.
Wish the wind would kind of change directions because it's not really blowing in here, and kind of need wind to throw the swim bait around, which is what I really want to do. I was hoping to get a 5th one before I go do that, but I don't know. Just trying to get a 5th one before I go do that, but if I do get bit on the swim bait, it's going to be a good one. Got 2 bites the first day doing it, and ended up calling with it the first day.
Swim bait? Come on. I love this guy. Shout out to the Potek Nation. Patek said they're talking about throwing a swim bait, and I couldn't agree with him more. That without that wind, man, you'd have a hard time rolling that big bait through there. They just get too good a look at it. It's the dead zone it's the dead water for swim bait fishing unless you're throwing it around one of those docks over there, looking for something to come out from under a dock and smoke it. So you're having to do exactly what some of the guys are talking about, which is just flip brush.
Yep.
Moving over to Mark Rose.
Yep.
Rose right now,
That wasn't a bite.
desperate for the
That
5th
was
fish.
a smudge feeling that I
Got a little lizard on there.
wanted to make sure on.
Hook sets are free, Mark. Yep.
Yeah, this is a frustrating time right here when you got a kicker in the well like Mark Rose has, estimated 5-pound plus fish. You don't want to leave one short of your limit because it blows that average away. It takes that beautiful fish and really reduces it by half.
Yep.
Instead of having a 5-pounder with a limit, you got just 2 2.5s really is what it nets you. So He's got a kicker, and this could be it. This could be a key fish right here.
This is big. Yep, this is real big.
Live right now, we're knowing how badly he needs this fish to be 14 inches or better. Nope. Another one of those billions of fish that Clark Wendlandt just referenced a short second ago. So many small fish in this lake, and so many big fish, but having to weed through those little fish to get there.
Yep. Going back to your point, I don't even know if he may be able to squeak out the top 10. I would bet he can actually make the top 10 without that fifth fish.
Yeah.
But that will be something that haunts you. You do not want to leave room in that bag, moving on, just knowing that you just left. You left just.
If you
free.
finish second to that, if you finish second this event, knowing that on day 3 you only had 4 instead of 5, I mean, just kill yourself right there. It's like I left the door open on day 3 when I wasn't able to come in with 5. Now, granted, there's a lot of time left. We're only looking at 20 after 12 right now, and Mark Rose, he's good for that fourth quarter heroics. We saw it at Gunnersville. He closed the door and won the thing, after we signed off last time. Oh. He may have found himself yet another nursery.
Things are definitely heating up. You can see there's a lot of hook sets going on right now. There's a lot of swinging.
Stole my cricket. Good sign of a short fish right there if he stole your cricket. He doesn't need the babies. He needs the babysitter. There's a babysitter milling around in that little nursery, and he needs to catch that babysitter.
These guys are going to have 3 hours of fishing left once we leave them here, and I can't wait to watch the weigh-ins live and see where they end up shaking out. Now, if you look, there's that we got Gussie Jeff. He's on the 10th spot right now, but he has 3 fish, and everyone below him has 3 or less fish. From 10 to 20. So there's a lot of room. A couple fish could jump these guys way up. There's a lot of room still left to move up into that 9th or 10th spot.
And if you don't think it's a tough tournament, I mean, right now, looking at this is a classic, tough fishery Saturday on a lake that gets a lot of pressure. Casey Scanlon unofficially, 1 fish. A lot of the guys down there sitting on 1s, 2s, and 3s. We only have 5 limits right now. 5 limits out of 20 anglers. 20 anglers that have really done very well to get to this point. Now they're slammed against a Lake Travis Saturday, no wind. Again, a day that I believe is probably the hardest day to fish on a lake because it's the fish's tournament day.
Yep.
Pressure is and there's a lack of wind. There's nothing to really turn a reaction on. And for 5 guys out of 20 to have a limit, at noon, some good quality fish have been caught.
It's going to be a lot of fun watching that leaderboard once today's over and seeing who did it. We have 5 limits. Let's see how many limits we end up with at the end of the day here. Going back to comfort. Creature of habit here. Jeremy's back at the docks here. This is where he's been. This is where he's gotten to where gotten to where he's at in the tournament is off these docks. And so
this was his secret, man.
Yes,
this was his secret. This is what he was not going to talk about last night because he didn't want anybody to recreate it. He said it's very, very. You can duplicate it very easily. If you know I'm fishing docks, caught 20 pounds off docks yesterday, you're going to fish docks too. 19.7 to be exact, but almost a 20-pound bag off of docks yesterday. You got to ask yourself, was there a breeze blowing through those docks? Were they just a lot of big resident fish that he's caught?
Live stuff, ain't they? Yeah.
And he had that 20-pound sack, but today he's seems like he's far from that. He's only got 4 fish right now, the biggest one being 2 pounds.
Well, like I say, I pioneered it.
Taking a quick look here at all the guys moving there from Jeremy Lawyer over here to Thrift, Brian Thrift. We're taking a last-minute look at each of the guys.
Right on.
We're back live with Brian Thrift now. And just taking that last look at guys that are really all looking for the fifth fish so far. What do we have in common here? We got Mark Rose looking for a fifth fish. Jeremy Lawyer looking for a fifth fish. Brian Thrift looking for his fifth fish. Every one of them. We're going into almost 12:30 right now, just a few minutes away from signing off. And these three guys, fantastic anglers, all looking for numero 5. Come on, Thrift.
Did he just hear you?
I think he did.
I think that will help a little.
I think that might be pretty close.
How about that?
Byron, did you get the assist on that?
Do I get the assist on that or not? I mean, I said, come on. He's put a pull off. Measure that fish. He puts it in the well. Brian, I blow him a kiss.
He was looking at you.
He's 14. He'll get rid of that 12-inch. Oh, yeah.
Yep, he's got a Guadalupe he wants to get rid of, he said. He said that if that's 14, he gets rid of a Guadalupe. So he actually had 5, and one of them,
I don't know, that 12-inch guacamole bass may be.
Guacamole bass! Guacamole bass. Come on, Thrift. Guadalupe, buddy.
What I got?
They don't have guacamole bass.
Yep, very nice. Thrift is going to do some culling here. He's going to figure out which one is smallest fish, and now that he's got a nice little limit, it's going to be cool to see what he weighs in, because now it's all about upsizing.
Yes, now's the hard part. Now you got to sit there wondering if you're going to be able to go to the weigh-in and catch a kicker before it's all over. I mean, Chris Jones, the legend is going to be master of ceremonies at the weigh-in. You do not want to miss the legend doing his job over there at the weigh-in at the expo and the weigh-in this afternoon. What time is that weigh-in again?
It's going to be, their check-in's 3:30. The weigh-ins are going to start shortly after that. So make sure you guys are continuing to watch FLW Fishing right here where you guys are watching right now, and you guys are going to see the live weigh-ins and see what transpired over the next 3 hours.
You know, and there's some crazy things happening out there with big fish. And you got to wonder if there's big fish that are going to be had in the last, what do we got, 3 hours now before a guy goes out there and converts everything. Because if there's a time for the fish to get going, it's between now and that 3:30. These are the times when the big fish move pre-spawn.
And you can see every single angler is betting on that happening right now, because they've all moved shallow. They're all flipping up there, and it's like a slot machine. They're tossing quarters into the slot machine on every cast. And sooner or later, one of these guys, you have 20 of the best anglers in the world right now doing the same thing. One of these guys is going to connect and bring in some huge fish.
You know, and it's a tough day. It's a tough day for everybody. And again, in my experience of fishing these lakes, it's been the kind of thing where, at least in Saturdays, the afternoons always excel. Fish tighten up in the morning. It's a tough day. The conditions are tough. Everything speaks to the fact, you know, we got 5 limits so far, and that's it out of 20 guys. But the afternoon is when things go. You get a little bit of breeze going. The water is really warm. If you get a little breeze at all, the fish get a little bit of activity going on, and then those big fish connect. And this is the time from 12 o'clock to 3 o'clock, 3:30, right before weigh-in, that those big fish start to go. I'm like you. I'm not going to be surprised at all when we see a big bite come in the last 2 to 3 hours. And several big bites. I suspect everything we've talked about and everything we've seen is going to be completely inverted, and it's going to be a shakeup of that leaderboard coming in the next 3 hours. And let's take a look at that leaderboard.
Yeah, speaking of, look at this. We've got our top 10 right now. Thrift, he caught his 5th, and now he's our current leader. Yeah, actually, oh, you know what? I just realized. So he's got his 5th, but Podtek's actually tied with him unofficially with only 4 fish. So I think Podtek's really stressing out. I think he's really focused right now, but he doesn't realize he's doing really well. That 5th fish is really going to help him out, man. He just needs to catch that, and he's going to bump way up.
Dylan Hayes, who's been out there every day catching 13, 14 pounds so far on the best average and probably the scariest guy from just a sheer average. Clark Windlet's right below him, but Clark had an 8.6 yesterday, and Clark's got 2 good fish this morning. The scary thing about Clark Windlet, we're thinking he pretty much well underestimated his fish. He could be right there with Brian Thrift, even above Brian Thrift and Steven. So that's crazy what's going on right there. Mark Rose, 4 fish, just like you said, Travis.
Yep. Rose looking for that 5th. He's going to jump up. And I would bet a lot of money that Rose is definitely going to catch that 5th fish, and we're going to see him with some movement up in the leaderboard.
Clark Ream had an astounding day yesterday. Had 21-11 yesterday. Had the day of all days, coming off of a 6-pound day the day before, and he caught him again today. Did very well.
And now here's all our guys. These guys are all pretty much on the bubble, if you want to say. They're all, and I wish you could tell them right now, you guys, all of you guys have a shot. There is no limits caught right now in the bottom 10.
Right.
So if they get a limit, they've got a great chance of jumping right into that top 10. So, but we'll see what happens. I really want to have a screenshot of this because I want to compare this to what happens when we see the final results. Who was able to endure through this tough time and come up with a limit and survive to fish another day?
You know, one thing we haven't talked about, Clayton Bass was in 17th place yesterday, caught a 7-pounder today. I mean, unofficially, it shows a 7-pounder was his first fish of the day. When I last looked, he was in 7th place. He's dropped down to 8th now, but there's a guy that was in 17th, and that one 7-pounder, it put him all the way shot him from 17th to 7th or 8th right now. Shows you that the top 10 is a cast away, and a 7-pounder like the 8-pounder Clark Ream caught yesterday, and the 7-pounder that Clayton Batts caught today, that's it, man. Any one of those guys, boom, you're there. It's out of the blue. We got top 10 guys tomorrow, so you got to check. It's going to be an amazing event. It's going to be a great weigh-in, and it's going to be a great show tomorrow.
Absolutely. Guys, we're going into the weigh-in here at 3:30, and what's going to happen is we're going to cut half the field. Half the field. There's 20 fishing today. We're going down to the top 10 tomorrow. We're going to be doing the live coverage just like today, getting to hang out with those
guys. Let the legends call it out today. Let Chris Jones go, oh, Big Boomer Boys telling us exactly what's going down at the weigh-in. Go to the expo. Go to the weigh-in. Don't miss this because the weather's beautiful down there. If you're within 50 miles of that venue, get over there. It's worth seeing.
Yep. And so their check-in is actually 3:30. The live coverage for all you guys that are going to, go take a nap or do whatever you want that have been with us now for 4 hours. The live weigh-in is going to start at 4 o'clock. So those guys are going to put their boats away, head up to the scales and stuff, and it's going to be an exciting show to see these top 20 weigh in.
You know, we got to thank the host community of Jonestown and Austin Sports Commission. I mean, they're key in this whole event coming to Travis Lake, and you got to give credit to Jonestown and Austin Sports Commission for having us there at their venue. Not us, of course. We're here in the studio enjoying the show, but FLW Live, just a great experience watching this start off with 164 anglers. Now we're down to the top 20, getting ready to cut the top 10. Here we go with Mark Rose showing how to do it first thing this morning.
All right, guys, and we're going to leave you, but make sure to tune in with us first thing tomorrow, 8:30 Central Time. We're going to be doing another 4 hours of live coverage, so we will see you guys then. Have a good night.
Yeah, it's.
He's long and skinny. He is long and skinny. He may be number 5. Oh yeah. We got 5.